another painting stream. We got some subs before the stream started proper. What were those subs?
It's a great question. I'm glad you asked. Pepe Milkshake, subscribed with Prime for 2 months. Alamo6, resubscribed 13 months. Jess777, subscribed for 10 months and still learning and loving it. And Iron Terrence, subscribed with Prime for 13 months in a row.
Thank you guys for the subs.
And we just got a sub from Twizzlehaps while I was saying that.
Twizzlehaps!
For 28 months, and Rilsrich for 12 months. Hot damn 1 year.
Is that Rolls Royce?
No, it's Rilsrich.
Rilsrich?
Yeah.
That was a lot of subs. Like right at the beginning of the stream. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate that. What up, Plank Walker?
As you can see, we've got my sample goal going because of how Streamlabs is working today. Thank you, Streamlabs.
My sample goal. All right. So as described in the title and maybe the notification for the stream that you potentially got, we're going to be taking another look at ProAcryl today. Mike Genie gifting 10 subs. Hey! Mike Genie.
My sample goal. Actually, you know what? I'm going to make a... Hang on. I'm changing the thing to be a real my sample goal.
Jim Zoo, thank you for the sub. Appreciate it, man. Mike Genie, thank you so much. If you got a sub gifted to you from Mike, let him know that you're thankful in the chat. I'm thankful, Mike. Thank you so much. All right, so we are reviewing, not really reviewing, but we're trying out ProAcryl paint again in this stream. And oh, nice. And we did this one time before on a stream a long time ago, and it was, again, these aren't very thorough examinations of a paint line. We're kind of like dipping our toes into them. So Evan brought his big ProAcryl range, and I will be painting this Greyjoy character, Balon, here today with them, just to kind of get a sense for the range, the colors, how they operate, if there's consistency across colors, but it's not very thorough. It's not a comprehensive test. So right now what I'm doing is I'm grabbing out all the blues and turquoises and greens, mostly cold greens, because those are the colors that I use very often on my Greyjoy army. This camera is supremely in the way. And then I will look for probably some browns, some off-white yellows, some skin tones, and then we'll like start pushing paint around. ProAcryl is the best. I mean, that'd be amazing if I found that to be true as well. Small streamers first goal. Yeah, Scott, if you can remember the annoying question I asked you multiple times on YT, I will sub. Hint, it has to do with your palette. If I can ask you if I can remember the annoying question that you asked me multiple times on YouTube. I don't know specifically what you asked me, but the question that I get very often is like, is the paper that comes with a Masterson palette the one you can use for the palette? I don't think that's what you asked me though. But I do, that is a question I get a lot. And the answer to that question is no, you can't. Or not that you can't, but that you shouldn't for soft-bodied acrylics. Thanks via you purchasing a 6 shirt or cutting mat and Miniac coat, also acceptable. Yeah, Mike is chilling better than I chill, which is embarrassing. That is very close. Okay, very close. Route the Great has moved exclusively to ProAcryl. Rolls-Royce says that the jade color is great from ProAcryl. I have also heard things about the jade color from ProAcryl.
There's a couple of jades now because one of them is in the signature series. I think it's one of John's colors.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a jade, dark jade, and bright jade now, I think. Jesus.
Oh, I love how there's a color in here that I think that's called Dark Sea. It's supposed to be Dark Sea Blue. It's in the Ben Comet set, but instead it's called Dark Sea Ben. I fucking love that. That's awesome. All right, Dark Ivory. Interesting.
Dark Ivory.
Okay, we got our off-white yellow. I found a transparent black, but I did not find a black.
There should be one that's called Coal Black.
Coal Black. So is it cold?
No, coal.
I know.
C-O-A-L.
Okay. White blue is also good.
Chat, Scott doesn't know what coal is.
I know what coal is.
Scott doesn't know about carbon.
Is it saying that it's coal black just to imply that it is the blackest black?
I think it just means it's a carbon black.
Okay. Oh, and like on the artist grade carbon black. Okay. All right, got coal black. Is there like there's a brown wash? Sure, why not? There
should be a flesh wash, a brown wash, and a black wash, which are definitely not Nuln Oil, definitely not Agrax Earthshade, and definitely not the skin one that I can't remember the name of.
Reichland Flesh Shade.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, so I got my blacks, I got my washes, I got my highlight colors. I got an off-white yellow and an off-white blue. Fantastic. Now, let me just grab the colors that I plan to use for my skin. Beige red. Ooh, that looks nice. We'll go with beige red. Tan flesh seems like another mid-tone. We don't need another mid-tone. We need a shadow color. Dark burgundy, maybe. Dark flesh. We'll do dark flesh into beige red. And then for our highlight, maybe we'll do just some bright ivory mixed into this beige flesh, perhaps. Is there other skin tones though? We saw tan flesh and we saw dark warm flesh. I still like beige red the most. Okay. I think I'm pretty good on colors. I need a silver. And a gold.
They're there.
Okay. Bright neutral gray. No. Silver. Boosh. Silver, and then kind of is the only gold like kind of like a rich gold. The rich gold.
There's rich gold, and there's one other one that I can't remember the name of.
Rich gold, bronze. Ooh, light bronze actually looks like the color that I actually want.
Yeah, I was gonna say their bronze colors are probably in the vein that you want. There are two bronzes.
Yeah.
Because one of them's from Comet Set.
Yes. Well, I'm seeing bronze and light bronze.
Maybe a dark bronze too. Maybe there's three.
Maybe there's a dark bronze. Okay. All right, cool. We got the colors we need.
There's plenty.
We're gonna paint Balon Greyjoy today of my Greyjoy house. This is not the first time I'm using ProAcryl. This is I've used it randomly, but I only really explicitly tested it out one time before, a long time ago. And like when I used it the last time, my impression of it was that perfectly serviceable paint range, but it's not like doing anything like special that I personally need, so I just didn't use it again. What I have works for how I paint, and it didn't add anything to it, but it wasn't bad. So I just didn't feel the need to like do further experimentation. I also made a review of the range when it was originally being sold by Creature Caster in an explicit video where I painted a Creature Caster model. That was the first and only time I ever did a sponsored review. It felt yucky to do that. But what was cool about the experience was that Creature Caster was super chill. They were like, say whatever you want to say, we don't care. And I did. But it's impossible to do that kind of review totally without some kind of bias. So yeah, I would take that with a grain of salt. Okay.
Also, JCB Hates Blank subscribed with Prime while you were going through the paints, and I didn't want to interrupt you.
Thank you for the sub. Someone just said something about there's a Payne's Gray. There's a Payne's Gray?
There is a Payne's Gray from Vince's set.
Oh, that makes sense why it'd be from
Yeah.
Vince's set. I must have already grabbed it in like the blues and stuff, but
It's probably in the blues.
There's a chance that I missed a dark blue. What's this? Is this a silver? No, it's gray. Okay. Okay, cool. I'm gonna get some more water for my palette. Got to do that before the stream started. And then we'll get started painting. Evan, in the meantime, why don't you tell them about your expanded story for your Age of Sigmar army idea?
I could do that, or I could make my shameful admission that I realized last night.
Or that, I don't care, either one.
Chad, I have to come clean. I've never seen The Exorcist. That's like, whoops.
Chad, don't shame Evan.
Shame me.
No.
I deserve it.
No. No shame for not seeing movies.
It's...
What?
I realized it when I got the notification for the review of the new clearly crappy Exorcist sequel from Red Letter Media.
Yeah.
I went, hey, wait a minute. I still haven't seen the original. That's been on my list for ever.
I think
Oops.
before Jordan Peele's first movie, which was called, I can't remember. There's Us and there's Nope and there's...
Why did you have to name the two? Because now that's all that's in my brain.
Right.
Get Out.
Get Out. I think before Get Out, William Friedkin's Exorcist, and maybe Alex will know this. I think William Friedkin's Exorcist was the only legitimate horror movie to get nominated for Best Picture. It didn't win Best Picture, but for horror to get nominated, that's pretty special. And I think Get Out came along, and then that one also was nominated for Best Picture. And I don't think it won. I can't remember. No?
No, it did not win.
But still, 2 horror movies to get nominated. There's no more horror movies, right? Maybe Jaws. But that's before The Exorcist. They're both 70s.
Exorcist is 73. Jaws is 75.
Okay, so maybe Jaws also got nominated. Okay. Anyways, all I have to say, it's a good movie. It's a really good movie. I actually had to watch it when I took a film class in college for the first time. I was like, when I was a little bit younger, I didn't like old movies. I kind of felt like they just weren't good. And then I started watching.
Doesn't have the special effects I crave.
Exactly. You know, I was the kind of person who only played video games that were AAA titles that had like the coolest graphics, like Crysis. But then I watched some old. I mean, like all of what I watch now is basically old movies. And it's they're great. Exorcist is great. Jaws is great. I haven't seen like the other Exorcist movies though.
3's worth watching.
Yeah, 3 is the original.
Mike
writer.
says Silence of the Lambs,
The actual sequel.
The Sixth Sense, Black Swan, and Get Out. Okay. But could you run Crysis? Exactly. Yeah, okay. So there are some more horror movies. Good to know.
There are at least 2 horror movies.
Yes. Hey, could you have a crazy long convo with Haywo about films? Yeah, probably. I mean, I could have a crazy long convo about movies with kind of anyone if they want to talk about movies.
I mean, I don't know. You might run into someone who's just like never seen a film and is like completely uninterested in them.
I've met a couple of people.
They exist. It's like people who are like, yeah, I don't like music.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah.
What? What does that mean?
One of those people is the same guy. This guy who owned a thrift store said he didn't read, he didn't watch TV, he didn't watch movies, he didn't listen to music.
Chat.
What do you do?
Alex has met someone who doesn't consume entertainment of any kind. Books, movies, TV, doesnn matter. Music. What do you do? What do you do with your life at that point?
He kayaks.
I'm pretty sure it's a serial killer.
Yeah. I mean, he does so on a thrift store. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So, this is where I want to be. Right.
Okay. 1 second.
Okay. So one thing that is important with color schemes is knowing where to put the colors on your model. It's not just picking the colors, but also how they're arranged on the Mini. And so it's worth looking at the Mini to figure out like kind of what you want to do. So obviously for like the scale mail, we're gonna do metals. This shoulder element here, we'll do silvers and bronzes and stuff. But for like this cloak here, I think that'll be our main blue color. So we'll get a nice vibrant blue color. And we'll do the same color for the inside of the cloak, because clearly this flap here is the inside of the cloak. We'll do the same color for the inside as the outside, just to make life easy. But also because I don't want there to be a drastic color change right at his neck, right by his face. It's like, I painted the last Balon that way, and I did not like it. So it was like, nice blue color, boom, brown. It was just like, okay, it like divided the model in half. I didn't like it. So we'll do all the blue color for the cape, inside and out, and then here by his neck, and here on his sleeve, and down here, like that comes out under his belt. We'll paint that all one color, like a jerkin, like a leather jerkin, and then below he's got like fancy pantaloons like Jafar, and then boots and shit. The pants we can just do a dark black, dark blue. The boots we can do potentially leather. That is then mirrored with the other leather elements on the model for belts and whatnot. That's a pretty good plan. We'll go forward with that. I think we should start out with some airbrushing, just so we can see how ProAcryl airbrushes, and that's a great way to start for the model anyways. So we'll do that. When Scott painting, I'm jerking. Nice. I have 1 or 2 friends who just never watched movies, not even Disney movies growing up, 90s kids. Do you all believe that the 40K Codex books are becoming more irrelevant with the amount of updates GW drops? Are they just copy and pasted lore books now? I don't know. I don't know what GW's going to do with codexes.
I mean, my opinion and I've shared this on stream many times, is you can either sell the minis and require them or sell the rules and not both. And I think that GW should pivot to embracing that, and the codexes should just basically be lore books. Lots of really cool art, color schemes, background info. Just, like you love Space Marines, check this out. But if you want to play them, you download the Force on the app.
I mean, I agree with that. And I kind of wish, I think it's also just good for the game.
Yeah, exactly.
They can make changes that are highly agile, and they don't have to worry about fucking with people's products. They don't have to make whole new products for all this shit, so.
Yeah, like it's fine to publish those rules, but it should be an optional publication.
Yeah.
I think the intro to the edition book is like, sure, okay, cool, but mostly it should just live online. Particularly, we've seen this edition of 40K has already undergone some pretty massive changes because it came out the gates and some things were apparently very busted. Not that I'm a 40K player, but I've certainly seen a lot of coverage of it.
Yeah. I don't really know a whole lot about it.
I know that Dark Eldar for a hot minute had a win rate over 70%. Which is...
Damn it, I should have played the game. If there is
that was your chance, Scott.
Yeah.
I'm good at 40K. I'm winning all the time.
If there is a win-loss disparity in your game between your best faction and your worst faction that is like greater than, I don't know, maybe 15%, like I think there's a major issue with your balance.
Yeah.
I don't actually know that. I'm merely comparing to video games, and maybe video games don't compare to war games when it comes to balance in that same way. But 15% seems like a pretty good disparity to try to live inside. What up, Carl, West Coast Bannerman?
Carl, you got to let us know when you get your Galactus.
All right, I didn't send it to you, Carl, but they a couple days ago they gave me tracking for it, so it did get shipped. That much I know.
Galactus is imminent.
I had a very interesting conversation with my subscribers about their reservations playing Star Wars games. It was just it was a really cool conversation. And I heard reasons that I was like, the way I posed the question was like, as a 40K fan, what are your reservations about playing a Star Wars game?
Oh yeah, I saw that post.
I wanted to be very specific because I wanted to get. I didn't want to. I don't know. I feel like when you're more general, you get kind of more hand-wavy answers. I wanted very specific reasons, and I got a lot of answers that I kind of anticipated, but one that I didn't anticipate.
I know what you're gonna say.
No, not the mean guy.
Okay.
Whatever. Fuck that guy. Everyone else is super great to talk to. A couple people said, I don't want to play a game where the IP started somewhere other than a miniature war game. It's like if the IP started with a movie or with a book and then later became a war game, that doesn't feel like the best experience for me. And it wasn't because of like a limitation of content that they can create. Like Star Wars is going to continue to proliferate and create new designs that can make new models and stuff like that. That wasn't why they were saying it. They were like, I just like the idea of playing a war game that first started as a war game. And I was like, okay, like I mean, like if that's a thing, then that's your thing. But I had never heard that before, and so it was kind of interesting. Eldar sitting at 55% win rate. Nice. That's a good spot. All right, I had to clean my airbrush a little bit. Let's get it on. I pulled out Jade. I didn't mean to pull out the color that everyone liked, but that's the one that looked right for the cloak. Nice saturated color.
Cantina 13 had a question, and I don't want to miss this. Hey Scott, I've been trying to get a film set up for my mini painting, but struggle to find info on the topic. Do you have any resources to recommend? What camera lens are you using?
There's a video that I made on my channel called How I Make Videos. And that would be a great place to start, because that talks a lot about very basic ideas for miniature videography when it comes to filming painting that, I don't need to re-explain here. I am using an Eclipse at the moment. I have a Highline at home. So that would be the first thing I would say to go and watch. And then to answer your more specific question, I'm using a GH6 and I'm using the 12 to 35 f2.8 Panasonic lens. I'm using these two cameras I'm using this equipment for a couple reasons. One, 6K resolution video, and that's not because I am producing videos in 6K. You can watch that video that I just linked, or that Evan just linked, to hear the reason why I want more resolution. The colors are great for my process, so that's good. The lens I use, because it has a constant aperture, that means when you zoom in and out, the color doesn't get dark. That's super annoying to deal with. And also, this lens has a very short minimum focal distance. So let me show you what I mean by that. It's not a macro lens, but every lens has a feature. It's called its minimum focal distance. So if I'm gonna put it on the painting cam, this is, right now I'm like a foot away, maybe a little bit more than a foot away from the camera, and I am zoomed in all the way, so I don't know how good this is gonna do. But like, now I'm 6 inches away. And can I get even closer?
Closer. Yep.
I don't know how close I can get. I don't know what the minimum focus distance is, but the thing is that sometimes you want to get really close to the model. And you just can't because of a limitation of the optics of your lens. So this is a nice thing to have when you do want to get really close and have like a detail shot, but also not have to like zoom in digitally. So that's why I picked these two things. I have literally used this lens for painting, for miniature videography for like 5 years. It has done everything I've wanted to do. So I can't recommend it more for a micro four thirds camera like mine. All right, no more camera talk. Let's get into painting.
Lumix Beast resubscribed 1 year in.
Hey.
Thanks guys for a great stream. And Colin447 subscribed with Prime.
What up, Joe Sabuku? What up? Eon's Battles in the chat. I've been seeing his name from other people.
He's been defending his Dark Eldar. It was regular Eldar that were extremely super torqued.
As opposed to what kind of Dark Eldar?
As opposed to Dark Eldar. Regular Eldar.
Oh, yeah, regular Eldar have kind of a history of being very good in 40K. Painting Monkey, thank you for the sub. For streaming while painting, would you use a 10-year-old's 1080p DSLR or 4K webcam? Personally, if I had a capture card to support the 1080p DSLR webcam and the camera had a clean HDMI out, I'd use the camera. And this is simply a matter of physics.
I'd use both.
I'd use both, yeah, one should be your face cam. But the camera will just have a larger sensor in it. And very often a larger sensor just equates to a better image. There are other things going on inside the camera as well, dedicated to video processing. And it's just gonna do a better job than a webcam, just like most often. I don't know the specifics of your situation, so maybe I'm wrong, but yeah, I'd probably pick the cam. Yes, these fucking lids. All right, I said no more camera talk, and then I immediately did more. We need some thinner. Looks like
let me go to the paint rack cam.
Oh yeah, the non-working paint rack cam. Excellent. Where? Oh, goodbye, Molotov Chrome. I need thinner. There it is. Nice. Chat. Nice try, Lumix Beast. The last time me and my homies played Descent, I think it's called Legends in the Dark or Legends of the Dark, something like that, was February of this year. So it is, what is it, October? Yeah, it's October. We just now played our second session of the game last night.
You did it.
We're hopefully gonna start playing it more often. We have like a monthly board game meetup, and sometimes we watch horror movies, sometimes we play like Flesh and Blood and stuff like that, as opposed to playing like a big crunchy board game. Or sometimes we play a new crunchy board game. It's kind of more of like a one-off, like Dune Imperium or Scythe. We played the second version or map of that game, and we're doing it on heroic difficulty, which is like 1 higher than standard, and it is fucking hard, dude. I don't know if you guys have played that game at all and what difficulty you've played it on, but it's difficult. It's hard. It's not an easy game. Our game night group plays a new game literally every time we meet. It's ridiculous. Yeah, that'd be a bit too much for us. Okay. It is fun. I'm enjoying it. I hope the combat gets a little more complicated at some point, because that is a fun part of the game, and it's a little simple at the moment, but again, we've played it 2 times, so. All right, let's see what this color looks like. Very nice jade. Look at that. All right, let's get that paint camera rolling and turn this PSI down just a tiny bit, a little too high. This color is going to be very similar to the underlying plastic, I believe. Look at that, I primed the jade colored plastic and then I painted it jade.
Well done.
Well done. Is that Descent game the one with all the cardboard terrain? Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, the third one's got a blue and orange box. In my opinion, and I mean, I'm pretty sure you'd all agree with me, it has the best board game miniatures I've ever found. And I've played a decent number of board games that have miniatures. It's amazing. The models are amazing. There is a jade transparent color, and maybe that would have been better for my specific application right now, but I mean, I'm happy with this. I am intentionally not painting the highlights. I'm going to paint the highlights with a different, brighter color, taking advantage of that undercoat to kind of boost up that brightness. But I'm going to try to sneak some in right next to his hair. Toward the bottom. So I'm gonna turn down a little bit. Get a little bit closer to the model. The app is rough. I don't understand in a game like that why there wouldn't be an undo button. That's one complaint. And the other complaint is that we saved where we were when we played in February, and we did come back to it many months later, but it had not saved where we actually ended up. We had to revert and redo a lot of stuff, and that was really frustrating. How does it feel to turn into an army painter? Oh, I feel like a whole new man, totally different. No, it's I won't lie. I walk by that display cabinet every day to go to my computer, and every once in a while, I'll just open the cabinet and just look at the army, and it makes me happy. So yeah, I like it. I keep missing the things that Jay is saying. Shadows of Brimstone, I heard, is an amazing game.
Jay said, you've played a decent number of board games, but have you played Root?
No, I haven't played Root. I know Jay loves Root.
Yeah.
I haven't played Root yet, though.
Jay's a Root man.
All right, got some paint down in that volume, kind of on the lower side of his shoulder, still maintaining those high edges of whatever this is. It's like the inside of his cloak, or I don't know what it is. It's this weird top element, but that was good. All right, so now, okay, paint, it airbrushed fine, looks pretty. Now let's grab another color, maybe this beautiful, bright pale green. Ooh, nice and minty, little yellowy though. What I like that though. I like the yellowiness. And we'll, I think we'll mix some of this into the jade, because this color alone would probably be too intense of a highlight. Or maybe it wouldn't be. I don't know. We'll see.
Is that a circus color?
Why would it be a circus color?
You said it's intense.
Oh my God. Every time. Every time, chat. Did you see that sick goblin diorama by... Yes, I did. Joaquin Palacios. I have not. I did see it. It was. Wait, is that what you're talking about? It's a he sculpted it, right? He didn't. Oh, whoops. This is in the wrong spray mode. It went camping. Nice.
Yeah.
Those games I tend to avoid because they're tough to teach. The dungeon crawling games, D&D in a box games. Rufus Kip. My friends, they expressed interest in wanting to play a board game that was campaign-based. A long time ago, with a different group of friends, we had played Blackstone Fortress, and we didn't beat the game. We probably played like a good 6 sessions of it, and it was fun. It was a fun experience. The game wasn't amazing. The 5th player, which there's only 4 players in Blackstone, but the 5th player gets to move the bad guy models around. It's like it's all AI anyways. You don't really get to make any meaningful choices. So that was kind of a lame experience with Blackstone Fortress. I had invited 4 friends to play it, and then I ended up getting stuck with playing the AI because I thought it was a 5-player game, but it wasn't. But yeah, because of that experience, they were fiending for another campaign-style game. Gloomhaven is the one that does get all the love. And I have played that before. Honestly, we're playing Descent mostly because I got the game as part of a video review. And I just don't have Gloomhaven. But I know that Gloomhaven gets like a lot of the love.
My problem is every time I hear the name Descent, I think of the old shooter game.
I don't know that one.
Very old. You're like a spaceship in a like mining asteroid or whatever.
Okay. I'm gonna put some more thinner in here. I want more thinner because then I can get closer to the model because my paint's thinner and I can use a lower PSI. And that's what allows me to get closer to the model. And also I want it thinner because I want to softly blend into the jade I just put down and tint the undercoat that is there. I don't necessarily want to like cover it up completely. I might have just thinned this too much, but let's find out. Blow out the...
Scott, have you played Don't Look Back?
Yeah, Don Haney set up a...
Okay,
like
Don
a
did run a game for you? Yeah, because Jay wanted to know if you've played it. I know that Don Haney's super into it and has a ton of painted figures for it.
Yes. I played Space Hulk once, and that was a long time ago. I played KDM once at Adepticon like 3-4 years ago. Yeah. All right, let's get that paint cam up, and we'll try to put this this nice teal color down. I might have gone not aggressive enough, if I'm being totally honest with the highlight color, but we'll find out right now.
You can always add more of the mint.
Always add more, that's true.
Did you like Don't Look Back, Scott?
I did have some critical thoughts about it, like some points of criticism that I wasn't super fond of, but I think in the experience that I had with Don Haney as a DM and all my friends just playing like some hokey, Camp Sleepaway, Crystal Lake scenario, it was a lot of fun. Like it was fun and it was narrative, and like I would definitely play it again. I don't know if it'd be like a mainstay though. I wouldn't like play it all the time. Sorry if I look like I had PTSD. I was just trying to remember. There was like a very specific thought I had about the game that was like not positive, but I can't remember that part of when I played, and it was kind of it's just a fun experience. All right, I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna do one last spritz of pure, bright, pale green on the max highlights.
Jim Creminis, we have a guy at Paint Night who's been working on those minis for as long as I've known him.
What guy? What minis?
We're talking about the Rising Sun minis.
Oh, yeah.
Kevin at the store has been painting a box for his sister for like, I don't know, 3 years.
Oh my God.
Because he's just very slow and methodically working through it.
Yeah.
Painting them all like the Kickstarter art book and everything.
Jesus. That is intense.
I don't think it has anything to do with camping.
I haven't played any of the Arkham Horror stuff. Like a super long time ago, I played one that was like all cards. But like that was when I was in college. I don't really, all I remember about that game was that it was very confusing. But that was like when I was in college and was a fucking pleb. That wasn't during the Miniac gaming renaissance. Was a pleb, rude.
Roasted.
Rose. Jess _777. You made some comment about Warcry. I think you mentioned me in it. I didn't see the question. That was a while ago. But if you want to ask it again, please do.
Did they say something about Warcry?
The game is literally called Don't Look Back. You're not allowed to remember playing it. That's hilarious. I think I actually told Don Haney my thoughts on it. But I don't want to look through my text right now. All right.
Look through text from like a year and a half ago.
Well, I don't text Don that much.
Fair.
Favorite Greyjoy sculpt? Ooh, I feel like just a good, solid, standard human with a nice open pose, good amount of details.
I really like that new Reaver Captain.
Oh yeah, that's a nice one. The Iron Maker model that I painted, I really like. That new Reaver Captain is really cool. Maybe it's lame, but Baron Blacktide is nice. I like Baron.
Yep.
It's just a nice model. Scrolling through all Don's spicy text, yeah. All right, now we got full on. Let me just fix the focus. Oh. Bless you. Nice and bright. Here's what I'll say. I feel like I'm thinning this paint more than any paint I've ever thinned for the airbrush. I'm trying to go thin because I want it to be very subtle. And despite that, it has pretty good coverage, which that is a good sign for pigment load. That means that I need to thin these even more than I want to. Rufus Kit, I just noticed that. The Shatterpoint set on Miniature Market is $100. For $100, you have 2 fully playable factions, a whole set of terrain, all the tokens, and all the rules you need to play the game. Because I was looking into it, because people were like, oh, time, investment. I was like, okay, how much of an investment is Shatterpoint right now? And it's like, you could play the game with a friend, just assemble the models, don't even fucking paint them, which that would take a long time. That'd probably take 10 hours of work. But then after that, you'd be straight into the fun. You have everything you need to play the game for $100, which that gets you like 1.5 boxes of models at GW, like 10-man, 6-man units.
Yeah, but I make this argument all the time in terms of like Song and stuff.
Yeah.
The 2-player starter for Song is like, you can get that for $60.
Yeah, but Shatterpoint models are actually not ass. So
that's true. But on the other hand, quantity over quality in this case.
Sure,
because
yeah.
The 2-player starter has 104 miniatures in it.
That's incredible.
Yeah. Are they good? No. Are they ready to play?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, you can.
No assembly required.
You can literally buy that box and play immediately.
Yeah.
But it was incredible because like, I really do think so I said this.
I'd say Shatterpoint's worth $100.
Oh my god, absolutely.
Blank. Yeah.
I totally agree. Or if you have a friend who has a starter set, you really just need 2 of the unit boxes, and that is $70 because each one is $35.
On sale now, they're a little less.
Yeah, they're on sale a little bit less. Almost too good to be true. It does feel too good to be true. I actually messaged Dan. I was like, why is this game on such an insane sale? And he was like, it has that it's just like a song. When it first comes out, it gets a huge sales. It dips down. It kind of coasts, and then later on in the song's life, it really got a second life. It really grew huge, and so it's like that may happen for this game. But like, you know, the game just came out. There isn't a huge variety of models you can play as. There's not even a lot of things from the Galactic Civil era in general. There's nothing from the sequels at the moment. I don't know if they have plans to do that.
For better or worse.
I do think that the sequels have really cool character designs.
They definitely have things that I would enjoy the models of.
Exactly,
I don't enjoy anything else about them.
Right.
Kylo Ren does look pretty cool.
Yeah, the Kylo Ren and the Knights of Ren. A lot of the Imperial officers on the ships, and I just watched episode 8 and 9 recently, which we talk about that actually. But in 9, there's that whole Sith fleet that like gets conjured, which is such bullshit.
We don't need to get into a discussion of just how bad those movies actually are, because it's well trodden ground on the streams. But
it is.
There is some cool looking stuff.
There is like there are red stormtroopers in red cloaks holding like these assault rifles that are guarding Palpatine. They're called like Eternal Guardians or something. They're
whatever. I don't care what they're called.
They're
they
fucking
look
awesome.
Kind of cool. Yeah.
They look awesome. There are guys on the Sith ships that have like really cool like helmets and stuff, and there are like entirely red stormtroopers. So there's a lot of cool concepts in those movies that I'd love to see miniatures of.
We were talking more about what Evan wants in Shatterpoint last night at Paint Night, and one of the things that came up, I was like, when they do introduce the new movies. Right now, so the promo model that you can get at some stores is Padawan Ahsoka. You know, like her from the Clone Wars show where she's, 14 or whatever.
I didn't know there was a promo model. That's cool.
Yeah, there is. I want the promo model to be confused and shirtless Kylo Ren. Why can you see me, Kylo? Because that's like the biggest meme from the sequel trilogies.
It definitely is, yeah.
What's going on?
Yeah, when he's just like standing there with his wide ass chest. And he's just like, what's happening?
Mom says it's my turn to play the Xbox. Yeah, exactly. Why am I just standing around shirtless? What is happening here?
So, the one thing I'll say about the prequels is that when I originally watched episode 8, I gave it a 1-star review. I'm a new man. I've seen a lot of shitty movies, a lot of really, really bad movies. And that movie is not a 1-star movie.
It's definitely, in the context of Star Wars, it's a 1-star movie. In the context of movie making in general, there's competent people behind the camera in the sense that it's, like things are in focus.
They're in focus. They're amazing cinematic moments, amazing character designs, amazing visual effects, amazing sound design. Like they're really beautiful films, which is why it's such a shame that they just didn't give a shit about the story.
The script is just fundamentally broken from the outset.
The script is rough. Yeah, there's definitely some awkward lines and weird moments. But I mean, just like the story as a whole. The 3-movie story is so, of all prequels.
The one-movie story in 8 is crap.
Yeah, well, they're all kind of bad.
They're all kind of bad, but if you're looking at each movie on its own, 8 by far is like why did we waste all this time on this?
It's so
basically
sad.
Nothing happened. No real lesson was imparted other than that all these characters are idiots.
Yeah, and then like in the first act of the 9th movie, they just like redact like half of what happened.
I take it back.
And so it just feels bad, It's like how many opportunities do Star Wars fans get to get another trilogy of movies? And while they are beautiful and fun, it's just a shame that we didn't get a compelling 3-movie story.
How about we don't need a trilogy of movies and stop setting out to make a trilogy unless you have a reason to make a trilogy?
Yeah, that's a great thing to ask yourself as a filmmaker. It's like, we don't need to make all the money in the world.
How many movies do we actually need to make to tell this story?
Let's just see if we start. Let's start with 1. Let's see what happens. We'll start with 1. Thank God for the TV shows. I'm a movie lover, so I love movies way more than I love TV shows. It just feels more grandiose and like spectacular and big. But yeah, the TV shows are pretty good. I definitely enjoyed watching Ahsoka and was sad when it was over.
Also, Xanderzone 2424 resubscribed for 13 months in a row.
Xander Zone. All right, we can let chat riff on Star Wars now for a little bit, but I guess I won't leave, or I won't say too much more. Unless provoked, then I will. I will share my opinion. I mean, the Rebel fleet descending on the new Empire First Order in Episode 9 is pretty cool. It is pretty cool, while also being ludicrous.
And dumb.
That Lando was able to go out in an hour and collect all those people. I was just like, what?
It definitely has the say. What they did is they were like, we need an Avengers moment.
Yes.
It's like, yeah, but no.
You also need to earn it, right?
Yeah.
They didn't earn that. They didn't earn the fact that Palpatine summoned tens of thousands of destroyers.
He used the Force, okay?
With planet-killing technology.
That thing that in A New Hope was basically like the ability to kind of see around corners.
Yeah.
And kind of, like feel a connection to other things.
Yeah.
Make a little bit of sound or whatever.
Put a helmet on that blocks your vision and block blaster bolts from the robot.
Exactly. A little bit of like that Sixth Sense garbage and, associated mysticism, a little bit of mind control, but not like super strong. Yeah, you can use that to turn an entire planet into spaceships. You grow them in the dirt. That's how you make spaceships.
I don't know. I like the new movies enough. I need to stop. I need to just stop talking and thinking about it. Sure, I also enjoy them for what they are. Like, I love watching all the Star Wars movies, which is why I'm watching them lately. It's so much fun to do, but it just is a real shame that they just didn't try hard. Like, maybe people tried for, like, the Lord of the Rings movies and the Harry Potter movies. The thing about, what's cool about fantasy authors, I've been thinking about this lately, is that when they sit down to write a story, like, part of the plan is that they're going to continue it on in other books. And, like, Wheel of Time and, like, there's so many fantasy series that just go on for so many books. And they're good at continuing that storyline from movie to movie. And there's no mystery why a lot of like trilogy-based movies that are good are derived from written books, because that plan is already established and they don't have to really do a whole lot of work. Well, they do have to do some work, but not that much. But yeah, anyways. Winds of Winter When? I don't know. What is that?
That's the next Game of Thrones book. That definitely will be out soon.
Okay. All right. Right now, I'm just doing meaningless painting. This cloak looks good enough. I'm gonna give it some edge highlights with that pure pale green, and then we'll move on to another detail, because I don't need to be spending this much time on just the cloak. It is good enough. The majority of it is on the back side of the model. You can't even see it. What am I doing? The whole I Am Skywalker thing is without a doubt the dumbest thing. Yeah, I think she just felt like she had been adopted by them, right? Like, her parents were dead and murdered. She found a mother in Leia. She found a father in Luke. And so she feels like she found family in that way, which is why I think she said that. That's the other thing, is that when I watched episode 8 again, I was like, this movie is totally fine. Like, it was totally fine. I think I gave it 3 or 2.5 stars, 5 out of 10, 6 out of 10, one of those two scores. And we'll happily watch it again. I'm sad about General Hux becoming the heel of episodes 8 and 9. Like, he's the comedic relief. And whereas in episode 7, he was a total fucking maniac. But that's how it ends the breaks. Well, thank you, Flawsmith. The Drizzt series. Oh, who is that? R.A. Salvatore? I used to read those books when I was little. I don't know how to say his name. Is it Drizzt or Drizzt?
Drizzt Do'Urden.
Drizzt Do'Urden. Oh yeah, Do'Urden. Yeah, he's a drow, right?
Yeah, and he's got like a big white tiger thing.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. You don't see a lot of drows in fantasy worlds. I mean, I'm sure we do, but like I feel like it kind of got lumped in with dark elves a bit. Anyways, that was a cool book series when I was little.
Or maybe he is a Black Panther. I'm probably thinking of the Marvel character that definitely isn't Drizzt.
We were talking about Star Wars movies. Kind of on and off talking about Star Wars movies.
It's the paint stream. All we do is talk about Star Wars movies.
Yeah. I don't know. Right now, I'm just super into Fucking Star Wars. I can't help it. I'm just going with the muse right now.
You know what's cooler than Star Wars?
A lot of things.
Yeah, that's actually accurate.
But right now, not much for me, at least. But what? What are you gonna say?
Titanfall.
Ooh, Titanfall.
What do you think, chat? Are they going to announce Titanfall 3?
Why is that getting like hype right now? What happened?
So Titanfall 2 has been kind of in a state of being partially broken for years now. And then it suddenly got an update that fixed everything.
Wow.
And then the most recent season of Apex Legends is called like Resurgence or something.
People are speculating. They're building momentum.
Yeah, suddenly getting an update out of the blue, and also they named the new playlist that they added something that like makes people think that they're going to announce it. And yeah, it's the release day was like, or the original release day was the October 18th or something like that.
Someone else is in a similar boat as me, getting soaked. Finally watched Andor, got right back into it. Ahsoka, prequels, Rebels, nice.
Andor is amazing. Loved it.
Yeah.
I am not nearly as big a Star Wars simp as Scott is, but that show slaps really fucking hard.
I think I'm a simp, but I also feel like I know a good movie from a bad movie. And I know Star Wars movies aren't great. And it makes me sad.
Yeah.
I want them to be great. I want
I
them
do
to
too.
be Star Wars. I want them to be Lord of the Rings. I want them to be Academy-nominated films. Oh, well. Abrams and Rian Johnson couldn't figure it out.
It takes work to make movies as good as the Lord of the Ring films.
It does. It does. I've heard that the pre-production for those films were a year long. Like they spent a whole year just planning the movies.
Is the movie The Creator any good? I haven't seen it.
I've heard that it is a beautiful, kind of a beautiful mess. Like almost AI made a sci-fi movie. But I've only read the reviews.
That would be thematic.
I only read the reviews, so I don't know if it's actually good and what I actually think about it.
Maybe I'll go see it tonight. I don't know what I'm doing today.
But I mean, I like big fancy sci-fi movies with awesome soundtracks and cool like vistas and giant matte paintings or whatever, big grandiose shots. Like those are always fun to watch. Always fun to watch. All right, let's paint the cream colored cloak, perhaps. What I want is a brown mixed with ochre. Does that color exist in the range?
Brown mixed with ochre?
So something in between brown and brown yellow. like a warm brown. That's not super, like this is ochre, kind of. I call ochre a little bit darker than this.
They have ochres in the range.
Do they? Yellow ochre, boom, right there it is. So a little bit darker, perfect. So this mixed with a brown. I wonder, I mean, I can just do it myself, but I'm curious if the color exists. Light umber is kind of it. That kind of is it. Dark umber. Ooh, actually, I'm gonna go with, no.
Warm golden brown. No, that's gonna probably not be quite right.
Oh, there's a dark golden brown. I found the dark golden brown. Black brown, the classic mahogany, dude. Oh, whoa, what's this color? Oh, we're gonna take that one for later. Khaki? Khaki is kind of green. Why is khaki green? I actually like that.
It doesn't dry green.
Well, oh, that's sad. I'm gonna go with kind of a greenish khaki. Why not? Fuck it. I'm gonna get a little bit more green and then a brown, just a standard brown. And we'll start there for that, and then we'll mix more and more khaki and bright ivory in to get some highlights. So let's do that. Doesn't dry green. It's kind of a disappointment, actually. There was this color in the the old GW range, not the old one, but one of the older ones that was called Rotting Flesh. And I loved it. It was a light, pale, bright green. And it was more white than it was green, but it was still nice for a nice, subtle, sickly flesh, a color to mix into your highlights, kind of like your off-white blues, your off-white yellows. Like, why not an off-white green for your highlights? That also totally works. So if it's not actually green, we'll mix a little bit of green in, dark yellow, green, and light umber. Light umber is going to be there to not make it totally green, but to saturate it and make it darker. This will be just for a skosh, just a tiny amount of extra green. Gareth Edwards, yeah, Gareth was one, did Rogue One. Gave you Elysium District 9 vibes. Those are fun movies. Elysium, I think District 9 was more like of an actual interesting film than Elysium was. But I think I watched Elysium on an airplane, so I can't, and I also watched District 9 like a decade ago. So
I went to see Elysium with Gordon McAlpin, and I got in a big argument with him afterwards.
Gordon who? Gordon Ramsay?
No. Guy that authored the webcomic Multiplex. He used to live here.
Okay.
And yeah, he couldn't get past the fact that the movie was derivative, and I was like, listen, man.
There's so much.
Sci-fi movies are all pretty much derivative,
yeah.
It feels like.
I feel like sci-fi and fantasy is all very derivative.
Yeah, pretty much. That's a feature, not a bug sometimes. I completely disagree, Rufus Kit. Everybody hated on Chappie. I fucking loved that movie.
I don't know if Neil is a good or bad film director. I've seen like District 9 and it's like, it was fine. It was good from what I remember.
District 9 got a lot of love for the fact that it was very different. It's not as good on rewatchings.
Okay, yeah, that's potentially true.
It's not terrible. It's still a good movie, but the big thing was it was just such a huge departure from everything else.
I think it was one of Neil's movies was the first movie to be maybe not the first, but maybe one of the first to be filmed digitally, not on film, with one of Red's new Dragon sensors when it first came out. And that was a pretty cool innovation in film technology.
OBS is disconnected.
The stream's down?
Testing our internet connection now. I lost chat too.
That is a shame.
I have no internet.
Okay, so it was a building problem. It is
a internet problem.
An internet problem here. All right. Turned it into a Half-Life film. Oh boy.
Anything on that one?
Both editing computers don't have internet. Yeah, the modem is not supplying internet.
Sweet.
I'm gonna turn it all off. coming back?
Well, there's no Wi-Fi on this machine, so I can't hotspot.
You're gonna hotspot to do a live stream?
Fuck it.
All right, let's check Comcast for outages. What?
What?
I put in my email for my account to verify my email, and then it sent me a code, and I put the code into the form, and then the form was like, we don't recognize this information. I was like, I literally copied and pasted it. How could it not recognize the information? Maybe it's saying it doesn't recognize my email?
What's the zip code here?
55114. The problem is that I have Comcast at home in here. I don't know which one is which. Oh, maybe it's this one.
Oh my god. Why do I need to actually put in the full address, Comcast? Just let me put in...
Well, if you need it, let me know. I can give it to you.
I mean, I can get it. I don't want you to say it because we are still recording.
Ah. Oh, man.
Definitely a thing. I went to Down Detector and there's a gigantic spike on Infinity or Xfinity, excuse me.
Okay. Yeah, I just logged into my thing and it says service interruption detected in your area.
Sweet. Well, we are recording if you want to keep painting.
It the outage will be resolved by 8:23.
The quality service you pay for, Scott.
Oh my god! Like I pay for business Comcast, so I guess as part of that there's a SLC, which states that when there's outages I get paid for the outages. So I shouldn't need to pay as big a fee this month. Maybe I don't know. This is
oh yeah, exactly. They'll discount you, and then they'll be like, "Oh yeah, sorry for the trouble. Here's $5."
Yeah. Well, I could keep painting. I also could work on my Kickstarter script for my masterclass course, which is like almost done. I don't know what's best.
Up to you, man.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna do that, but I'll pay you for a full day today, obviously.
Yep. No big. Just annoying.
Yep, super annoying. That happened 45 minutes, hour after we started fucking going live.
Yep, pretty much.
Hello?
Walter.
This is him.
Hello, Scott. Hope you're having a great day. The reason of my call is because we'll be in your area tomorrow doing free roughing about 10 in the
First of all, thank you for the raid, Reaper 42, right at the beginning of the stream. We appreciate that raid. Clutch timing. Thank you very much, guys. Shout out to RG Hanomic and Ampersand D Monkey, if I remember correctly, for subscribing before the stream started. And now Enoch Root 86 with big 27 months of subscribing. I think Ampersand was 9 months, and then RG Hanomic was 10 months. Okay, nice.
You got it.
Thank you for all of the support pre-stream, y'all, and also right at the beginning. Obviously, last week we had a little bit of internet problems. Comcast kind of just shit the bed in Minneapolis, like at scale. So we didn't have any internet, and the estimated repair time was 8:30 p.m. So many hours after we had our stream would have ended. So we just gave up. But we're going to do the same thing this week because we didn't really review the ProAcryl range last week. So we're going to look at the ProAcryl range. And then if you're watching the VOD right now, you'll know why there's like an extra hour of a stream appended to the front of this VOD because it never really happened. We were painting Balon Greyjoy. We had finished his turquoise cloak, and we had started to work on his khaki jerkin. And then the stream died.
Khaki jerkin.
Khaki jerkin. I played God Tier. I've demoed God Tier like at least 3 times, but I can't really remember anything about the game.
Pretty sure it's God Tier.
God Tier. Who knows? But yeah.
Or is it Sky Tier or Sky Tier? I know one is one and the other one's the other one.
My main complaint of God Tier is that you build an army by putting together a bunch of disparate units. And you know, that's not much of a complaint about the game because the same is true of Shatterpoint.
I was about to say.
I just feel like in Shatterpoint it's a lot easier, and I do this, to make a thematically appropriate list and have it be also competitively strong. Yes, I can run Obi-Wan and Darth Vader in the same list, and that might be good, but there's also a lot of other great options that are thematically appropriate.
You know, spoilers, Obi-Wan and Darth Vader were in fact partners.
They're
as
friends.
Jedi. Best friends for years.
Yeah. But
however, running the Grand Inquisitor and Obi-Wan on a team might be the true kind of shaky lore.
Yeah. And so there are a lot of ways you can build like an entirely Galactic Civil War era Empire force, or like actually mostly clone era force, and feel okay about it. Whereas in God Tier that wasn't as obvious. There are at least, I like the elves, and there is at least one other box set that looks kind of elfish, but that's kind of the extent of it. It's a bunch of unique things, and you gotta smash them together, and I feel like it makes your army as a whole lack cohesion. And so for that reason alone, I've just never really paid much attention to God Tier. Does that make it a bad game? Probably not. probably would like it if I actually played it though, if I'm being totally honest. Coronary Jumping Flossmith, thank you for the subs, appreciate it. Scott, I've been seeing a lot about Army Painter Fanatic Paints. Have you guys worked with them yet? No. They actually sent me an email to try some ambiguous product out, and I had to sign an NDA to try it out. And I'm a little scared of NDAs because I just don't read them. I don't have time to really read any legal agreement. And even if I did, I wouldn't really know what I'm signing and understanding. And so I just didn't sign the thing because like, whatever, it's gonna be something that is not super important and it's a paint range. So I'll probably get it at some point and try it out, but I don't know anything about it at the moment. DJ Wags wants a color combo right now. Okay, how about mint and pastel pink? The cat is orange says that God Tier is his or her favorite game. Yeah, I'm sure it's good. I think Team Fortress is great at making games, miniature war games, at least in my experience. I haven't given it much of a shot yet.
See, the thing is if it's a good game, then Steam Forge has to kill it.
Right.
That's how it works.
That's how it works, yeah. They're not allowed to continue supporting it. All right, I remember last time when I was painting his jerkin, I did a combination of 3 paints. I did light khaki. What is this one? Dark yellow green and light umber. I want the green to make it more green. I want the light umber to darken down the khaki. And then the khaki is obviously the mid-tone that I want the color to actually look like. And just painting some more on there right now. I can tell that I am not dark enough yet, so I'll just add some more light umber in there. Maybe a touch more green. I don't want to go that much more green. I don't want it to like be super obviously green. If it's obviously green, then I'm doing something wrong. But like in comparison to the highlights on the jerkin, it should look green.
Red Sun 46 wants to know where you're at with your design for your game.
Yeah. I don't know how to make videos about game design. And so I have just not been doing it, but I have been progressing. So where I'm at right now is I have like a base set of rules for how I imagine combat is going to work. And I need to create test characters to actually test my ideas out, to likely discover that they are trash and don't work. And so I have started to make characters, and the first one that I started with was a Death Knight. And I do realize that I don't need to go super ham on character design for testing. But even to make, for my game design, I want there to be 15 moves that each character can do.
15?
15, yeah, because I'm imagining 3 stances.
I've only got 10 fingers, Scott. I can't count that high.
I know. But I imagine 3 stances, both a hybrid, a defensive, and an aggressive stance, and I want there to be 6 abilities in both with a crossover in each one. So that came out to 15 approximately. And so I sat down and I started thinking of like spells and moves for a Death Knight, and I just totally drew a blank. I was like, what the fuck does a Death Knight do? Furthermore, what does combat even look like? What does combat look like in a medieval sense? So I get a lot of inspiration through knowing what happens in real life. So I think where I'm at right now is I need to look into some Death Knight lore, see how other people interpret Death Knights, and look into maybe actual real medieval fighting, both like fencing, with broadswords, any kind of fighting, just to kind of like understand the look and feel of what that's like. And that'll inspire a lot of the rules, or at least it'll help me to get a nice starting point. That's where I'm at. I took a drive up to northern Wisconsin a couple days ago, and like on that drive, I like wrote half of the rule set to a fantasy volleyball miniature war game, and that was so much easier because I know the rules to volleyball, but also I know like why players do what they do, like their motivations and stuff. I know like different kinds of serving styles and hitting styles and all that stuff, and so it was a lot easier to make a game for that. But
I don't know, man. Volleyball is pretty much dueling.
Yeah, pretty much. But no, a lot of the resources I looked at talked about how they said it's a good idea to have multiple designs going at the same time because maybe one idea you have doesn't work in your current game but can work in another one, and so I felt okay just doing that. Check out some HEMA groups. They should be able to answer questions you have. Wonderful. That's very helpful. Thank you. Death Knights fight bone barbarians.
That's true.
Okay.
That's historically accurate.
Which airbrush? This is the HPCS right now. My HBBH is out of commission. My fault, probably. So yeah, rocking the HPCS right now. Yeah, that's where I'm at with my game design stuff. I finished my 3rd book. Probably gonna grab another one just so I have something to read on an impending flight that I have. I'm heading out to Germany and Italy for a private painting session with Roman Lapat, no less. It's gonna be an amazing time. I cannot wait. It's happening at the end of this month, or beginning of November, actually. On a related note with fighting style, did you know that the lady who played Morgan Elsbeth in Ahsoka is part of the Lee family? That's cool. Her fight in the final episode was her actual fighting style. I did not know that. That makes that so much cooler, and it makes me like that last episode even more than I already do. That's really cool.
Ampersand D Monkey wants you to know that Death Knights originate from Germany. That's a contentious topic right there.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that they came from Italy originally.
What does ampersand mean by that? Death Knight have morale effects for the opponent or sap their stamina. Yeah, so it's like there are a couple different interpretations on what Death Knights are in a fighting game. And like I don't know what direction to go with them yet. They could have lots of debuffs and stuff like that. I am going to Monty, yes. Lord Area Can, thank you for the sub. 14 months total. Okay, cool. Let's do some shading and some highlighting. Or I guess just some highlighting. So last week we also were discussing how episode 5 of Star Wars, because I hadn't seen it in a very long time, and you guys explained to me what happens in the movie, and my thoughts were that that's not a lot for a movie to do. Like that's not a lot of plot. And so everyone was like, just watch it. It's one of the greatest Star Wars movies ever. And I watched it. And I definitely stand by my assessment that it has a very thin veil of story that actually occurs in the movie. It's like a stopgap between episodes 4 and 6, kind of.
And yet it's the best film and by far the most important one.
It's definitely the most important one, but one thing that's kind of funny about that importance, which is obviously we find out when Luke is Vader's son, the only reason that cinematic moment happens is because of the 15-second inclusion of bounty hunters. The only reason that Vader ends up at Cloud City before Han and Leia, so they can use them as bait to get Luke to show up, is because there's this very small scene of Vader talking to bounty hunters and then Boba following the Millennium Falcon as it leaves through the trash evacuation or whatever. Like there's no other reason why that happens. And so because of that and like a lot of other reasons, like there isn't a whole lot of like story that progresses in the movie. We have 2 stories, Dagobah and Han and Leia and the gang running away from Vader. And we progress Han and Leia's story by finally ending the would they, won't they relationship. They kiss and now they're officially in a relationship together. But like aside from that, they run away and they get away successfully, like Rebels tend to do in every single Star Wars movie. Like nothing else happens in that storyline. It is cool. It's very cool, but nothing else happens. And then with Luke, obviously his character progresses quite a bit. We get to learn more about the Jedi, about the mysticism of the Jedi, and like that Yoda was Ben's master. So we get some awesome character development in that storyline. But the plot doesn't really move forward a ton. The big plot moving forward is finding out that Darth Vader is Luke's daddy, and that's it. That's kind of all that happens in that movie. Am I liking the GOT board game? I don't know what board game. Yo, spoilers! What up, Krish? I would argue that it's more about it. It definitely is. I mean, that's without a doubt. That's what it has to be about. I am Teal's Sakiri. I am going to Monte San Savino.
You know, there's an easy way to avoid getting hit with ads. Tajima just showed how you do it. Subscribe.
The one last thing I'll say about episode 5, and allow me to say the full point before you eradicate me in the chat.
I'm gonna eradicate you immediately.
Episode 5 and the dreaded episode 8 have very similar narrative structure. For the majority of episode 8, the rebels are running away from a chasing Imperial fleet, and we start with a big combat sequence, the bombing of a destroyer. Similarly, in 5, we start with a big combat sequence of Hoth. And then after that, the rest of the movie is the rebels running away from Darth Vader, just like it is in episode 8. And then there's a storyline in episode 8 of Daisy, Rey, going to this planet to get trained by Luke, and Luke trains her eventually after some convincing. And Luke goes to Dagobah system and gets trained by Yoda while he's there. And both of them have to convince the master to train them. That both of them are in a situation where the master's kind of like, this isn't gonna work for whatever reason. And they both convince them to do it, and they do it. And then they both leave their training prematurely to go help out their friends who are in danger. And then that storyline, that progression, is then allows us to have a confrontation between our two main characters, Luke and Kylo in the case of 8, and Luke and Vader in the case of episode 5. So narratively, they're structured in a super similar way. Now, 8 is not as good as 5. I'm not going to even try to pretend that that's the case, but I did notice that they were pretty similar.
Yeah, it's almost like 7 and 8 are both incredibly derivative. Just do that again type films.
Yeah, I'd never had thought that before. Like, I never was like, they are kind of similar narratively. Everyone always talks about how The Force Awakens is so similar to episode 4, and it absolutely is. But those ones are also pretty similar too. Have I looked at the backer preview of Eat the Reich yet? No, I haven't. The structure of something being the same doesn't matter. It's all about execution. It doesn't matter in what sense, Illusionary Voice. Vader is in 8-2? Both 7 and 8 written by the same guy. No, they're not written by the same guy. Actually, the only person that has a writing credit on 8 is Rian Johnson, the director, which I was surprised to find. And then the other one is written by, I believe it's written by J.J. Abrams, but he probably had some help too with 7.
I think it's J.J. Abrams and Lawrence Kasdan had a credit on it as well.
Okay, yeah, I didn't look it up, but I know Ryan is the only credit on 8.
Let's see.
Meant 7, 9. Oh, for sure, yeah. I think after the reaction that.
Yeah, Kasdan and Michael Arndt both have writing credits on 7, but I don't know how much each of them contributed at each point. But yes, 7 and 9 both are that way. And you know what? I'm really glad that they only made 3 Star Wars movies.
I mean, yeah. So we don't need to rehash the discussion about the sequels, but I did watch that one, like you guys asked me to, and it was pretty good. And I enjoyed it. And now I have the one last one to watch is episode 6, the electric conclusion. Played some Shatterpoint over the weekend with my buddy, who also got engaged. He proposed to his now fiance at the East River, which is a cool place next to the campus here to see the Mississippi, one of the big rivers here in the United States. If not the biggest river. Actually, I don't know if that's true. Is it the longest river in the U.S., the Mississippi?
I feel like that's almost a certainty, but okay. I don't know.
Probably is.
Is the Mississippi River the longest
I think compared to the B-movie
river in the U.S.? The 2 longest rivers are the Mississippi River and the Missouri River. Okay, but like, which one is the actual longest? The Missouri River. What? By a mile? We have to fix this.
I agree with you, Gilded Lied Minis. Yeah, Evan's summary of my review of Empire Strikes Back, it being pretty good, is very apt. It's a pretty good movie. I don't think it's like a cinematic masterpiece in the slightest. Although I don't know if anyone's arguing that.
Fire up the lasers.
Is anyone arguing that? Does anyone think that Episode 5 is genuinely standing alone as a cinematic masterpiece? Oh, okay, hold on. Really great comparison here. The reason why I think that 5 has a thin veil of a story is because compared to the second episode in the Lord of the Rings trilogy, the Helm's Deep. In Helm's Deep, you have this narrative that connects all three movies, Frodo and the Ring, okay? So it increases, you have intrigue for the third movie because you want to know what happens with him. But the story, the main antagonist in that movie is Saruman and their fight at Helm's Deep. And that villain in that movie is kind of the story that kind of keeps that movie moving along in between that larger narrative of Frodo and the Ring. There is no Saruman in Helm's Deep in Episode 5. It's just there's nothing. So does that conclusion make anyone feel any different? Or sorry, does that comparison make anyone feel differently about Episode 5?
No.
Okay. I'm a firing my laser.
Star Wars Geek also says no. Shocker.
Isn't there Vader? There is Vader, but Vader's like Sauron in this analogy. He's the big bad. He's been the big bad since Episode 4 or The Fellowship, when those guys were first introduced. It's like almost like in The Two Towers, we know about Saruman. He hasn't had much screen time, but he becomes the bad guy for that story, that movie. And so that carries the narrative of that individual movie by itself.
I don't know that Vader is Sauron, though. He kind of is in the first movie.
I mean, I don't want to get in the weeds about how related they are, but just narratively, they're kind of the same. Are they not?
I don't know. I feel like the Emperor is the all-seeing eye far away.
Oh, sure. That's fair.
Like the Emperor and the Broad Empire is the threat from Mordor, and the equivalent of Sauron in the tower is Vader in Cloud City causing problems.
Maybe. That whole scene is like 20 minutes long in a 2-hour-long movie, though. So to me that doesn't carry the movie. It's not long enough. It doesn't dictate the movie entirely, or not entirely, but even the majority of the runtime is not that storyline. Just the ending. I'm not trying to literally compare the characters of Sauron and Vader. I mean, from a narrative perspective, they're very similar. So in your example, I guess I agree with you.
Well, Sauron doesn't wear black armor.
Yeah.
So
I agree with you that, yeah, the Emperor and the larger Empire are like Sauron, but I would lump all three of them together. Palpatine, the Empire, Vader, that's Sauron in the Lord of the Rings, in the Star Wars universe. There is no like singular conflict they're trying to solve in Episode 5 alone. It's all kind of one big thing. It's kind of like the three movies are like one long epic movie, like, and they stand as one story by themselves, but individually not so much. It's not much of a critique of the movie because it's designed to exist as a trilogy, but just an observation I had. If anything, Sauron is more like Count Dooku. I think you meant Saruman. Nice. So Han or Chewie would be Aragorn then? Yeah. Yep. Yeah, Mike G. I think that's fair. I think that seeing the OG films when they came out when I was 7-year-old makes a huge difference how they affect people. I showed the trilogy to my nephews a few years ago, and they were 8 years old and they hated it. Are you saying that, like, in order to enjoy Star Wars, most people would have needed to see it in the 70s and 80s? I don't know.
Well, I mean,
obviously it's cool. Sci-fi's cooler now. Like, that's definitely true. Star Wars geek, I'm referring to your comment.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. I've watched them when I was a kid, like all you guys, and I have very fond memories of them. And now I'm just trying to watch them again and trying to be just really critical of the films. Like, from a narrative, acting, writing perspective. They do a lot. They do a lot right. Like the writing is phenomenal. I think they really understand how characters are supposed to operate, and like how to like really make a character feel like the previous films. Like Han Solo is just so undeniably Han Solo, and I really appreciate that kind of talent as well. Okay, right now just building up some highlights with this bright ivory. On smaller details like his arm sleeve here, it's difficult to like build up so many layers of color. And so I kind of just jumped really soon to that bright ivory as opposed to like going through many steps of bright ivory. No, but I think people who were young when they came out appreciate them more. I think for sure. I think that's definitely true of many movies that came out a long time ago. I know for me, when I was first getting into movies, I really struggled to enjoy older movies. But then like something just clicked in my brain. I think I watched Psycho and I was like, holy shit, this movie rocks. Or it was Jaws. I think it was Jaws. And then like my whole perspective on old movies kind of changed. Ham Solo.
It is one of like the big differences in film over time is just the general pacing of how things are edited is so different now.
Yeah.
Partly that's because it's so much easier to do all sorts of weird editing crap with film shot on digital than it was back in the day where you're actually, oh, we need to change this in the edit again. All right, we're going to resplice everything.
Yeah.
We need new negatives, etc.
Yeah. A lot of the terms for like functions you can do in modern software editors use terms from when it was a much more physical operation. It's kind of funny. Tremors is perfect. Jaws is an almost perfect movie. I would agree that that's a cinematic masterpiece. That film stands alone as like
Jaws is definitely a better film than Empire.
Yeah, okay. I'm glad that we can agree on that.
Yeah, we're there. It's fine. Ultimately speaking, the Star Wars films, no matter how fun and revolutionary they felt at the time, are still pretty standard derivative science fantasy. It's just it all came together in just the right way.
Yeah.
Jaws, when you distill it down, it's basically just a slasher movie, but it has some of like the best performances of the decade.
Yeah.
They never made any sequels to Jaws, thankfully, because you could never follow up a movie like that.
Yeah. Was the dolly zoom invented in Jaws? I don't know, but I know that Hitchcock invented the dolly zoom.
Well, he didn't direct Jaws, so...
Okay, so then people probably didn't do that. If no one knows what the dolly zoom is, when the camera physically moves forward on a track while a telephoto lens zooms out, and you get this parallax effect where like the background is compressing, but like the main foreground thing stays like the same size. And people typically use it in moments of like high tension. It's like, what is going on?
The world is changing around the character.
Exactly.
Google says the effect was first conceived by Erman Roberts, a Paramount second unit cameraman in Alfred Hitchcock's film Vertigo. 1958. The shot has since been used in many other films, famously Jaws in 1975.
Yes, I've used it several times in YouTube videos. The one that I most appropriately used it in was the video about the wet palettes. I think it was called "You're Doing Wet Palettes Wrong." I got a little rhino slider that allows me to do it easily. We don't acknowledge Jaws 2.
They never made any sequels to Jaws. I will stand by that statement.
Guy Man HP? Guy Man Hip?
Guy Man Hype?
Thanks for the pride. Soap. Okay. But yeah, I'm still loving on Star Wars and having a lot of fun. Speaking of mail time, this will become related. somebody sent me all of Duncan Rhodes' paints. Not someone. The company that makes the paints sent me all of them.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant like a fan, which was like
Transatlantic Games, I think. That's what they're called. Yes.
If some viewer of the channel sent you a whole paint range, it would. I don't know if that's an endorsement or a. I need to get rid of this.
Yeah. Yeah, right. No kidding. Why would you be getting rid of all of it? I also got there's a second wave that's coming out. Either it already came out or it's coming out soon. That was the reason for sending me the range in the first place. They had a second one coming out, and they're like, "Hey, do you want to try it out?" And I was like, "Sure. Let's see what all the hubbub is about." So that will be also another range we try out in the future. And then why this came up in the first place is I got this box right here, and I bought this from eBay because I want to make some terrain. And a lot of people in the Atomic Mass Shatterpoint Facebook group have been using Star Wars toys as an appropriate scale for their terrain.
Oh, yeah, Dan told me that you did this yesterday.
Yeah. It was funny because Dan was like, should I buy this toy at eBay for terrain? And I was like, well, I can't really say anything because I literally just did that exact thing.
I don't think he bought it on eBay. I think he was at Half Price Books.
Oh, yeah, half price, something like that.
Yeah.
So I bought, this thing is fucking huge. I bought a first order TIE fighter, kind of like the black and red. I think it looks cooler. I'll probably paint it very simply, and then I'll stick it on some terrain, maybe make it more like playable for actual Shatterpoint. Like maybe
it's already painted.
It's painted, right, yeah. It's kind of brown and not black. I might not paint it, who knows. But yeah, I might
He's not going to paint it.
Give it some like more structure so you can actually walk across it and it isn't just like eye candy, but it's actual terrain. So I bought this because I was like, want to try it out.
Guyman Hype wants to know, do we get anything from Prime subs? We don't just get anything from Prime subs. We get the exact same amount as we do from a regular full fat sub.
Yeah. So they should cost you nothing other than an Amazon Prime subscription, which I'm assuming you're getting value out of. And we get the same amount of money as a normal sub.
Yeah.
So it's great. Cool. It's pretty cool. Bezos bucks indeed. Must try Shatterpoint. Give me the Obi-Wan. Yeah. Been enjoying it. Been watching when I haven't been able to play as much as I want to play, and so I've been watching some battle reports. The channel's Mountainside Tabletop and TNG Productions. They don't have a lot of battle reports. I think they have like 2 or 3 each, but they're really good. They're well made. They're short. They're not like super long battle reports. I think because Shatterpoint isn't like a super long game in general.
Well,
unless you're me and Dan.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're good. I'm enjoying them. Got my patch in the mail. Time to put on the apron. Nice. Thanks for the support. Route the Great. Mountainside kicks ass. 1 HP gang. Yeah, they're cool guys. They're cool for sure. All right. I'm going to now take a little bit of green and a little bit of brown, mix it together, and then really thin it out. And then I'm gonna increase the contrast just slightly, You can add in a really dark color, but you don't have to paint it like all over the part just to add the tiniest bit of contrast. If like 1% of the thing is covered by this darker color, or like, a really small amount, it still gives you that contrast, but you don't need to like dominate the entire part of the model with it. It's like NMM. Hey, what's up? Let's try again, maybe a little bit darker this time.
Scott, have you beaten Jedi Fallen Order yet?
Oh no, I kind of I haven't been playing that so much lately. So no, I haven't. I haven't even like met the Witches of Dathomir yet. Fortunately, I'm playing through it slow.
Are you struggling with the difficulty?
No, I'm just not playing it a lot. It does take getting used to for the combat though. I'm not playing it on the mid-level difficulty, but one above that. And I definitely have to do a couple of fights, like more than a couple times to actually kill like certain new bosses that they introduce. Next week, Scott gives away the Star Wars toys he isn't using when we hit 69 subs. What up, Megalodon Jaws? Yeah, we did just talk about Jaws, hilariously. Let's add in some nice, sharp recessed shades around the belt and around the trim. So I'm taking that same glaze color and I'm just not diluting it at all. I have like a puddle of it on my palette that has another like very diluted puddle right next to it. And then I can pick and choose what dilution I want to use. I can use the super thin stuff. I can mix more paint into the thin stuff to make it thicker. I can use the thick stuff for like recess shading and base coating and whatnot. It's nice. I like to do that with my palette. Okay. Not a huge detail on the model. Oh wait, shoot. I forgot you can also kind of see this area up here as well. Nice. Broadsword Wargaming is visiting this coming weekend. And he is bringing some Blood Bowl models for us to play Blood Bowl with. Excited for that. Super excited for that. Also excited for our conversation about, I mean, I know what we're going to talk about in the podcast, but I think it's going to be a good conversation. Tajima says my Shatterpoint core box is stuck in customs for 21 days. That sucks. Happens sometimes. Nice. You finished your Shatterpoint stuff. That's awesome. Have you ever painted up Eldar Aspect Warriors or Eldar Harlequin models? No, I haven't. I definitely could find something to like about the Eldar range. But the Harlequin stuff, I don't know. I'm not super into like the clown aesthetic. They probably have a really sick lore though, and I could definitely find some enjoyment from like the backstory of them. Instead of base coating this top part with like that mixed base coat that I used earlier, that kind of like dark brown greeny one, I'm gonna paint it with just pure bright ivory. And then I'll add a little bit of contrast by using some of that same glaze that we just used recently. The reason being is I just want this part to be brighter. And if I just start from a brighter place, it has a much easier time as staying brighter as well. Okay, and then we have like poofy sleeves, poofy pants. And I think for the poofy pants, we'll do like a black contrast paint. I don't have contrast paint with the ProAcryl range. So is there, Evan, do you know if there's transparent black?
Yes.
Okay. Aaron Hole says, "What up, mini nerds? First time tuning in. That's a pretty impressive idea to use a side-chained compressor for music." Hope y'all. Oh, for the ducking. Yeah. Yes.
It was all Scott's idea.
Okay, it's not my idea, and I don't even like it. I don't think it's necessary, but Evan believes that there needs to be a certain consistent level of volume in a stream, and I think that the music should just stay quiet because it's distracting when it gets loud. But what do you think, stream?
Scott's insane. That's what I think.
I think we should let the stream vote. Because you could be wrong, I could be wrong, or it really depends on what they like. We're doing it for them. Transparent black plus 4 parts glaze / wash. Oh, because there is a wash. Oh, yes. Okay, I'll just use that like twice, and that should be good enough for me. Okay, I found the black though, so I'll just pull that out because
there is a transparent black.
Yes, I did just find the transparent black, so I'll pull it out just to have it. Brown gray. I didn't think about this stream. I gotta rifle through Evan's giant toolbox of paints here.
It's very well organized.
Give me a sec. Hey Scott, I read that you are going to go hang out with Romo the Pot. That's awesome. What an opportunity. Do you plan on making a video? Yeah, I do. I do plan on making a video about the experience. I've been trying to rack my brain lately about how to present that video idea to my audience, so that's like an interesting thing. But yeah, I do plan to film some stuff. Payne's gray. Coal black. I should have that out anyways. Scott needs to get a deal with nuclear blast so he can, yeah. I didn't think it'd be this hard to find a black wash. But here we are. What is this? Black, brown, black wash. We found it. Okay, so let's just start with a wash of black, just to see what that looks like. It's not very often that both Scott and Evan shut up for long enough for the music to turn up. I like it.
It's true.
Do you like it because it doesn't effectively do anything, or you like it when it does happen? Whatever. Your opinion will be made known in the poll. Music should never be louder than talking on these. Of course, that goes without saying. I feel like if you present it similar to the Vinci V video, it will go over well. Okay, that's fair. Yeah. Also, if you have a really good skit with him that a handsome patron recommended, that'll help it done. Yeah. Silence scares me. The music is welcome. If I had my way with things, I would turn up the music a little bit so you could still hear it when people are talking, and so it was still there as like a noteworthy thing when people are quiet. I think it gets ducked so hardcore when we are talking that I can't even hear the music, which that's not a problem, but
I mean, that's very easy to adjust.
Yeah. If you don't have your way with things, who does? I mean, there are certain things that are worth arguing about and getting your way on, and there are other things that are just not. This is one of those things where it's I don't really care too much.
It just adds production value, Scott.
Yes, it adds intentionality. All right.
Also, right now, 89% of people agree with me.
That's great. I'm happy to be wrong. As long as there is a consensus, and it sounds like there is. Okay. as one would expect. It's not staining the surface too much. And it's sinking into the recesses a good amount. Yeah, this wash is really nice. It does what I expect a wash to do. Well, it's also over here on these pants, it's not really darkening them down much at all. Let's see. Definitely gonna need to use another wash or some kind of additive to this upper elbow area to make that look actually black after all is said and done. Okay. It doesn't tint the surface much at all, but it does sink into the recesses very nicely. And I feel like I didn't need to really fuck with it a lot for it to do that. Okay, not bad. Not bad. Third option, play the slurping quietly on repeat when Scott doesn't talk. I love that. I have a good gut instinct on it needing adjustment. The audio engineering background I have just peaked up when I heard it. Not many people would pay attention to that. What wash are we using right now? This whole video in stream is going to be me testing out the ProAcryl range. So this is a ProAcryl range wash. All right. Well, while that's drying, let me add another layer to this top part. Yeah, I want to use that wash in a more like actual washing application, or like say you paint like the scales on this guy's scale mail, and then you like wash it. I want to see how well it does with the detail that like should take a wash really well. Is there a blue wash or a green wash in the set or no?
No, there are only the core 3 washes. There are transparents of all the important colors.
Okay. Is there? So there's brown, black, and what? Sepia? Brown, red?
Yeah, there's the equivalent of, shoot, what are the GW names? The black wash that you put on metal.
Yeah.
And the dark brown wash.
Nolan oil, Reichland flesh shade, Seraphim sepia, not Bad Ab brown or Bad Ab. What's the brown one?
Agrex Earthshade.
Agrex
It's
Earthshade.
Agrex Earthshade, the flesh one, and Nolan oil.
Okay.
They definitely need more washes.
I like fun washes. I find myself using the fun washes from GW way more than like the standard colors.
That's true.
I'll obviously black and brown have huge.
You use that blue wash all the damn time.
I use Drakenhof Nightshade and Quelia Green Shade very often.
Yeah.
I like them both a lot.
Hey, there's a reason I said that if you were going to do a signature series, that would be the thing to do, because you like the fun washes, and that's the area that they lack in.
Yeah. Also, what I will say is, having used this range so far, both last time for like 30 minutes, and now I am pleasantly surprised. They are not really getting in my way at all, which is like the first step to them not being trash. They're kind of doing what I want them to do. So that's good. All right, so now we're going to work on some skin tones in between working on the fabric and the shirt, just because the paint's taking a bit of time to dry, and I want to make progress. And so because we did a zenithal undercoat on this guy's face, I don't often paint faces in this way, but let's give it a shot. I will paint in shadows and midtones and highlights like independently, and I'll try to blend them together. Normally I'd just apply a flat base coat and then layer up from there, but let's try to do something different. I'm not gonna be able to wet blend a ton just because these are very small areas to work in. So we will add a nice little deep shadow to his cheekbone. And maybe a lot of this side of his face, just because of how dark it seems. We'll paint a ton on the underside of his chin. On the underside of his nose. On the underside of his eyeballs. And actually, we'll just paint the whole eyeball this color as well, because that'll help us out in the future. All right, so the conclusion about ducking is that it's good and we should do it.
Yep.
All right, we keep doing it then. What up, super nerds? Not much. I don't believe it was intended to replace the Citadel watches. Well, it certainly does. I mean, as far as my limited testing can tell, it seems very similar in its use, other than they're not glossy as shit, and therefore useless for most applications. I don't know why GW makes their watches so glossy. The new one, I don't get it. I don't get it.
If we make them more glossier, then you'll have to buy the varnish too.
There's definitely applications for glossy washes. I don't want to sit here and pretend that there isn't. But yeah, I wish they weren't so glossy. Obviously, if they're glossier, the wash is probably going to operate better. All right, so now we're coming in with a mid-tone. Gonna hit like the middle portion of the cheek. Maybe paint a little bit into that dark brown shadow we just put down. Paint a little bit into where the highlight is gonna be, so we can kind of get some of this preliminary blending going on.
Tubbikins subscribed 3 months in a row.
Tubbikins
Says good afternoon.
Thank you, Tubbikins. We appreciate you.
I know John's a really big fan of the ProAcryl washes.
Yes. Also, I agree with you, Atsu. Yes, that is a great application for a glossy wash. Non-metallics, or sorry, true metallic metals. Or really anything you want to have more of a satin finish. Like leather, for instance. I find that when I paint leather, I want it to have a little bit of a satin sheen, so that kind of works. But the problem with a wash is that it tends to look glossier where it collects more. And so with a glossy wash, you get like these really glossy shadows and not so glossy midtones. And so that makes it especially hard to use because I don't want that to happen if I'm not intending for that to happen. And it's hard to avoid it. I'm just gonna paint the whole neck in mid-tone. Maybe I'll paint like the other side as kind of like hidden by his big old shoulder and more of that shadow. Balon's got the brow to end all brows, so I will paint a little line of mid-tone right in there, and then we'll start on our highlights. Megalodon, thanks for this sub. Appreciate it. How's the metallic line? Haven't used it yet, but will use it at some point. The skin tone colors that I pulled out, and there are many to choose from in this range, it seems. I used, so far, Dark Flesh, Shadow Flesh, which reminds me a lot of Beige Red from Reaper MSP, which is and also other paints that I like for skin tone, and then a literal Beige Red, which is a little bit lighter and a good highlight. This is a really good, not too orangey, yellowy skin tone. I really like this palette. There are some other options in there that do have more orange and yellow in them. I tend to prefer those kinds of hues for skin tones. I don't know why, but I just do. Shouldn't the side of the nose be a mid-tone? Sure, yeah, but we're not thinking that hard yet. This is very messy work, and we can do little small differentiations like that later.
Megalodon Jaws converted from Prime to real sub.
Nice. The first time I painted this face, it was a struggle. This is not a good sculpt for the face.
Whoa.
And it's made worse by a bad cast. So we kind of have to do a lot of futzing with this face to get it to not look like trash. We can get there. Part of that futzing is giving him eyes where there absolutely are no eyes.
You know what I say to that, Scott?
Where are you at, fuck eyes gang?
Yeah. Get in the chat. Hashtag Team Fuck Eyes. Scott, did you see the question from Captain McLean about fluorescent paints?
I have not. What's the question?
What do you think about fluorescent paints? Are they needed to achieve high brightness in some cases, or are they a crutch?
I definitely noticed that when I use fluo paints, specifically fluo magenta, because that's the one that I've used the most, especially when you have like a nice undercoat for the fluo paint, like white, it gets so bright and punchy, and I've never gotten that with other paints. So I think that they're pretty good, but I've never like try to do like a head-to-head comparison where it's like, okay, let's see, can I get a normal acrylics to really look this bright? Maybe I can. I don't know. But yeah, I think for the most part, they're not super hype. Overall thoughts on ProAcryl? I don't really have those kinds of thoughts yet. I would say maybe for certain colors, they're not really, I don't think fluo blue does anything. Like if you want to look at your models under a black light, then all bets are off. But if you're just using it so it looks good under normal light, I don't think fluo blue does anything. But pink and yellow and maybe red, typically the colors that are higher in value, the ones that are like literally brighter if they were black and white, those ones seem to really do well.
Yeah, that's a good way of thinking about it, I think, is the ones that appear closer to white.
Yeah.
When you strip all of the hue information out.
Yeah.
Yellow, orange, pink, magenta, whatever.
Okay. I'm gonna have to futz for a long time. It's because I've never painted a face in this way where you're like painting in zones and stuff, and then you have to like blend shit out. Kind of looks like trash right now, and so I'm also noticing that some of the undercoat is like showing through in certain areas, which that wouldn't happen if I just did like an all-over base coat. So yeah, let me fix some stuff. So just so you guys can like understand what I'm thinking in my head right now. The line that separates his brow and his head is just, it's way too big and it's too uniform. There wouldn't be such a straight and similarly width line across his whole forehead. It's like he's wearing a tiny micro sweatband. So that's distractingly not random enough. So I need to adjust that recess shade. It's too thick and it's too uniform. This shadow is too big. The contrast might be right, but I need to make it smaller by painting in more mid-tone, because it's just too big and too apparent. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm dealing with right now. Painting like the makeup girl at the mall, kind of.
Scott, what are your thoughts on Taco Bell's nacho fries?
When they first came out, they were like pretty hype, but they're kind of always soggy and bad. But they taste good, though, I think.
It's definitely down to, did they make them right or not?
Yeah, 100%.
Oh, they've got vegan cheese sauce now. Great.
Ooh.
That's prime Taco Bell. Soggy and bad, but also so good.
I think what I'll try to do is make this like brow line as thin as I can, and then like maybe make it like even thinner in the middle of his forehead, where like his nose meets his brow meets the middle of his forehead, the bridge of his nose, I mean, and that would probably end up looking better.
The thing that blew my mind, also, you're really blocking the frame with your head.
I wasn't painting, sorry.
Oh, okay.
Just staring at the model.
Taco Bell has chicken nuggets now.
Oh, do they?
They do. I had them.
Like,
they're distinctly okay.
They don't have like cumin or something like that on them?
No, they're not that kind of special.
Okay.
It's like, we have nuggets. I was like, yeah, sure, all right. Mike Genie says, the hill I will die on is every single French fry is better when it's cooked longer than the restaurant normally does it. And I'm inclined to agree.
This is why I ask for French fries at Cane's to be extra crispy.
Yeah.
And they don't all do it well. The Roseville one sucks ass at making good fries, but the one in Stadium Village kicks ass. They're amazing. But I think I agree with you for the most part, Mike Genie. Evan, have you ever been to Dream Creamery?
No.
Okay, if you have time and you want to eat a burger before they close, they make, I think, the best burger in the Twin Cities I've ever had. But they also make really good French fries. You gotta try them out. Smash fries are my exception. What are those? Like just like a fry that's been smashed and like maybe cooked a little bit longer?
I think maybe I have been here, but I haven't had their burgers.
I really like the burgers. It was really good.
Oh yeah, I've been here. I've had their ice cream.
Oh yeah. From Smash Burger. Okay, from the chain restaurant. Gotcha. How does a place with a name as good as Dream Creamery close? They only have outdoor seating, I believe, and so when it gets cold in the winter, they don't serve food anymore.
It's also an ice cream place. A lot of like Dairy Queens even. There's a bunch of Dairy Queens that close in the winter.
Yes. Bro, I took my wife to Dream Creamery. Now we have a baby. Yeah. We went there this weekend because of my friend's engagement. Doing a little celebratory eating, and there was many a joke made about the Dream Creams, etc.
So, Clarktron 3000, up here where DQ's actually from, there are two types of Dairy Queens. This is less true in the rest of the country. There are traditional Dairy Queens that basically only serve ice cream. They may also serve like hot dogs, but they don't have the full Dairy Queen fast food menu. And then there's Dairy Queen Grill and Chills, which is like what you see on the road most places. And those have the burgers and the stuff you would see in the Dairy Queen ads and everything. Yeah.
Some of the ice cream Dairy Queen places don't have chocolate ice cream, which kind of always blows me away. But it's because most of Dairy Queen's menu is like built from a base of vanilla ice cream.
Yeah. You do soft serve vanilla, and then you add stuff to it to make a blizzard or whatever. Or you dip the cone in chocolate shell. You don't need chocolate ice cream and a chocolate shell, Scott. That would be decadent.
That would be ridiculous.
Sacrilegious.
I'll put on a second layer of this wash on just to darken it down even more. Might do a third while I paint the face in between.
Sluggernaut gifted a sub. I don't know if we called that out.
Oh, we didn't. Thank you, Sluggernaut. Appreciate it.
And I don't know if we called out Rufus Kit resubscribing and saying he needs someone to assemble Shatterpoint for him.
Whoo! Yeah. I would say my least favorite part about the hobby is definitely assembling, but also I like it in kind of, because it is just so straightforward. It's nice to have a straightforward task every now and then. Reading the Underworld's rules in Death Gorge, OMG, are these people not able to write readable rules? They, no joke, explain in a subclause about drawing cards during setup that drawing a card means to take the top card of the relevant deck. If you don't know what drawing a card is, you're not going to have the patience to be able to read these rules in the first place.
While I agree.
Don't, Evan, don't say it. Yeah, the Wizards, yes. I think I found a rule that's even worse than the Wizards rule in the rule book, but I think Evan disagrees that it's worse.
While I understand the points that are being made about this, GW also kind of has this design ethos, I think, that this may be the first game of anything that has told the person to draw a card.
I don't think anyone is playing Underworlds.
I agree with you, Scott. I completely agree with you.
Solitaire.
However, I think that this is part of their core design ethos.
I think it's definitely intentional because they do it so goddamn often.
Yeah.
Some guy named Gabo, thank you for the Prime sub. Can't be too careful when you're writing rules. I mean, you can. And they are.
You know, just like how some people for the first time find out about whatever, how tides work or the Star Wars films or whatever. There's always people who just don't know about something. There's going to be someone out there that goes, what do you mean drawing a card? Like, do I get out a pen?
No. I don't think. No, ain't. Let me ask my wife. My wife, because never played a miniature war game in her life, and many less games. Amber, I have a question for you, Amber. When a rules say the phrase "draw a card," what does that mean? Hold on, let me get close to you so the stream can hear you. What does drawing a card mean?
You draw a card from the pile.
There you go. All right, stream. If my fucking wife knows what drawing a card is, GW does not need to explain it to a prospective customer who's interested in Underworlds.
Sure they do, because that prospective customer could be like a 9-year-old.
I mean, even that 9-year-old has probably played War or Solitaire or something. I don't know.
She didn't say from the top.
She plays board games though. If you don't, so are there people in the chat that are actually defending the fact that this needs to be described?
Flossmith says, I can't find the any key. And that's, a classic Simpsons reference, but also true.
Yeah, I think Tark is correct. If someone doesn't know, if someone needs to have that explained to them, they're not going to make it through the rules. Like, there's going to be so much. There's so much to do.
I understand, but it's like, it's an insurmountable problem, right? Because like if you write it really casually, then there's a bunch of people who can't learn how the game works just by reading it.
No.
And if you write it really clinically, there's a bunch of people who won't read the rules. And if you rely on third-party stuff to teach the game, then the rules aren't teaching the game. You're relying on content creators or videos or whatever to convey the rules. Which is why some games used to ship with like VHS tapes.
Obviously, it's not a binary thing. It's not like you either explain the rules insanely detailed or you don't explain them at all, right? They can explain it detailed, but that rule right there about how to draw a card does not need to be involved at all. That could be removed entirely. And I think the game would not suffer for it, and neither would any of their client base. There are other things that they describe in very detailed forms, which you could argue is necessary, but I don't think that one is, though.
I think it is, but it's in a glossary of terms.
Really? You still think that how to describing how to draw a card needs to be in the glossary?
Yes.
Damn.
But I'm a person who, studied the law, things like that.
The law. I am the law. Do they explain when it's not okay to breathe during the game?
Breathing is not part of the game rules, Scott.
I also think it doesn't hurt anyone to have it. I think it does, ecstasy in service. I think it makes reading through the rules way more laborious if that level of detail is included like everywhere. If I hear that, it's like, what else are they caring to explain? Do I need to know how to roll a die? Like, what does rolling a die mean? Does it mean I'm getting out like a piece of paper, putting die in, and then making a joint out of it? Like, what does rolling a die mean? Like that. So if the whole rule book is written that way, it's just gonna be such a pain in the ass to read. But maybe what they're thinking is that most people who know how to play Underworlds aren't reading the whole rule book again. They're just looking at what's different and then going off of that. And then people who actually are reading the newest version of Underworld's rulebook, they're like people who are just fresh to the game, or fresh to all games in general, apparently. I don't know. This is funny though. What is a die? All I have are dice.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, like, people, you're right. There are people that don't know the term drawing a card, but I gotta imagine that it's not many of them. I don't know. The first time I painted this face, I had a really hard time finding where his like lips were and stuff, because there's like a really bizarre mold line, like right where the lips are. Gets out a piece of paper and a pencil. Yeah. I mean, I want to poll you guys just to see what the majority opinion is here. I love doing polls. I love it. It's good because I really want to know, like, if what I think is like either the majority or not the majority, or if there's like a split, if it's divisive, like, who knows?
But there's so many issues of sampling bias when we run polls in chat.
I know. None of this is like, yeah. I'm like, we're like doing it after I've already given like my logic and reasoning for why I don't like it.
There's just the simple self-selection of people who are relatively like-minded to you are going to tune in.
Sure, exactly. Yeah.
Lumbic Beast says, I just Googled that sentence and it went to videos about drawing cards on paper.
Okay. I'm really struggling with this method of painting where you paint in very dark and stark shadows and midtones and highlights and then blend in between them. Maybe on a larger model, it would be easier with a little bit more space. Or a little bit more dry time too, because on a bigger model, you use a larger quantity of paint, and then that in turn makes it dry more slowly. So like wet blending, for instance, is way easier on a bust than it is on a 32 mil model, just because everything is larger and there's more paint, extending the drying time. I feel it's glossary worthy. It helps define in-game terms what constitutes drawing a card and for any future interactions with card drawing. So it can be clearly defined.
I mean, this also comes down to, like you can write a rule book that's easy to read and then have the real rule book that's a abstruse, gigantic tome of every interaction possible. Magic is like the classic example of that. There are actually 3 versions of the Magic rulebook, I believe, right now. There's like a 3-pager that just describes like the main phases and like, yep, you do this, congrats, you know how to play Magic. And then there's the actual Magic Learn to Play, which I think is 20 pages or 17 pages. And then there's the true Magic rulebook, the tome, which is like 850 pages long.
The tome.
Yeah. Which is a full rules glossary of every mechanic and every interaction and every question that's ever been answered at a tournament and all that stuff.
Speaking of Magic, I just played Commander for the first time this weekend, and I also played some more Flesh and Blood.
What'd you think of Commander?
I played 1v1 Commander, so I don't think it's true Commander. But I liked it. It was fun. Like, I was playing against my buddy Scott, and he had this crazy werewolf card that, like, he has an enchantment he puts out that doubles the strength of all of his cards.
Hell yeah!
And so his I forget the name, like the leader of the commander in Commander.
There you go.
He had like a strength of 22 or something like that. And so I had to just chump block because if I took that damage literally ever, I would lose the game no matter how much life I had, because if you take 21 damage from a commander, you just lose the game no matter how much health you have, apparently. So that was hard to deal with. I didn't know how to get rid of that enchantment. Maybe it has to do with card draw or having cards in the deck that allow me to find a card in my deck, knowing what cards are in my deck, whatever. It doesn't matter. I still had fun. I got to do cool shit as well. with my vampires. I was using Stefan the vampire. It was all vampire deck. He made it for me to use, and that was super nice of him. And it was fun. Make sure you stop for bathroom breaks when necessary. Please refrain from shitting your pants during your game. No, yeah.
That's true. I do see most people playing Commander 4-player.
Yeah, I think that's normal. Okay. I'm making a lot of bullshit progress on this face, and I think I just need to stop talking to you all because you're too fun to talk to, and just paint this face. Because I'm doing the thing where I like paint a little bit, and then
I have the Imperium 1 Mike Genie.
The Commander deck?
Yeah.
Nice.
Only Magic cards I own currently, I think. CRG Uber says, "Hey Scott,
Hey.
did you say you were in software before you went full mini mode?"
Yeah. I thought you said soft core.
That's a different thing.
Yeah, and I was just like, Commander is a Highlander deck format because there can only be one copy of a card in the deck. But remember the OnlyFans video? Totally softcore. Yeah. Yep. I put too dark of a line down by his chin. I'm gonna paint over it with midtone. I like that darkness, but it should have been more down under your what are these? Your nasal labial folds. Like the dark color should have been down here and not under his bottom lip because there's just it was just too dark and stark. So a little bit lighter right there, right? And the kind of like this. I kind of look at this like center part of the face as like getting the brightest highlight. So like right here on the forehead, on the bridge of the nose, on your cupid's bow right here, and like on the middle point of your chin. That's kind of where I'm putting my brightest highlights. And then everything else that kind of folds away from that kind of gets darker. Like up on the forehead and cheeks, it's a little bit different. But like, yeah, that's kind of generally how I think about painting a face. What kind of software dev? I was in build, test, and integration. And so I did a lot of script writing, a lot of writing in Python, Bash, Ansible, a lot of working with Jenkins, BuildBot, OpenStack. I worked with OpenStack a lot. So yeah, that stuff.
Send me a PM where?
Okay. I'm painting large dark shadows in his eyes that are certainly larger than the actual eye. Just because it's really easy to fix that area right by the eyelid. It's just one color, a bright color. And now I can paint the eye trying to leave behind some of that red. But it gives me as much space as I humanly could get to paint the white of the eye. Do I miss coding? No, definitely not. You ever spend hours working on a project and looking at resources, and then one day when you're doing something completely different, you find the thing you were looking for in the first place? Maybe. I don't have any distinct memories of that, but maybe. At what point do you look at a model and say, okay, I'm done. I've been fiddling with these deaf copters for days. I think you're probably done with the copters. It really comes down to like setting my expectation up front. Like I know with this guy, I'm not gonna try that hard. Or for home, right? We could take it home. Is that fine?
Yeah, I mean, I would take it.
I got more decorations in my car.
Well, we don't have to do it today, but.
Also, the third C-Mod back
I don't have an ETA, unfortunately.
when we have lots of problems.
Yeah, it's hard to find it. Do you have any boxes at home?
I don't.
Okay.
Oh, absolutely, Linux Beast.
No problem.
Okay, these eyes might end up looking a little scuffed. Ooh, that one was bad. Redo.
It's all right. No one in chat saw it because you're just blocking the whole model with your ear.
Nice. How about now?
Yeah, much better. His ear could use some shading.
Shit. One thing I find that really helps me with stability is like when I triangulate my fingertips. So like I'm putting my thumb on like the bend of my other thumb, and if I don't do that, I like shake a lot more than if I like have that like that other supporting like point. I don't know if you guys do that ever, but that was helpful for this particular eyeball. I still fucked it up, but I fucked it up less. All right, instead of repainting the eye, let me see if I can just paint in some more of that dark shadow. And then once the dark shadow is done, then we can make that dark line even smaller with some highlight. Yeah, Atsu. Well, I'm glad that Jeremy's also doing that. What, Rufus? Who are you talking about? The writing the last couple of seasons was clearly done by a hobbyist and not professionals. Is this for a certain TV show or movie or book or something like that?
I think they're talking about Game of Thrones.
Ah, okay. See ya. So that dude that just came in, the mailman, he came in yesterday as well. And when he was in here, he was like, what's going on in here? So I explained to him what's going on in here. And then later on, he commented on one of my videos. And he was like, hey, I was the mailman you met earlier. Cool stuff. I subscribed. So that's fun to see him again today.
Neat.
Neat. Okay, so you see how now I have two eyes that are different sizes, but they have a nice little thin dark line around them. It was a lot easier to do that if I just made the thin line bigger and then painted the highlight on top of it. But yeah, we do have a bit of a size disparity now. And I think that the eye on his left is, the smaller one is better. If you want to be really efficient, you wouldn't clean up his upper cheek until you paint in the pupil, because oftentimes you'll hit the bottom cheek while doing that. So you do the pupil and then clean everything up, and then it's nice and good. His eyeshadow's on point. Yeah, thank you. His eyeliner is very good. Sometimes what happens to me is I get a little bit too much of the eye white color on like the underside of his eye, like on his brow. And so I'll come in and I'll try to go under here to like make the eye look smaller. Shoot. Freaking painting hand is getting in the way. Okay, taking a look at it now. Okay, now we have two eyes that are pretty similarly sized. Lights a burrito. Thank you for the sub, appreciate it. Very fierce. Sometimes, I don't like it sometimes when like there's too stark of an outline around a miniature's eyes, and we're definitely flirting with that right now. I think it's a little too stark, but
I don't know, man. For someone who's so into heavy metal, you should really just be embracing it.
Yeah?
Give these guys, like, sick mascara lines and stuff.
Okay. Like get the mascara dripping down, give them
exactly.
Give them corpse paint, basically.
Yes.
Scott's quality eye painting tips. I think a lot about painting eyes, you know? I'm just painting faces in general. I think a lot about painting faces in general. All right, we got some black.
I don't. That's why I didn't put heads on my Stormcast.
Yeah, that much is obvious. I lost my chat window. If I can get that back.
Nah. You're talking too much to chat.
I can't help it.
Opportunity revoked.
It's just an opportunity to give more polls.
Is that what we are? The poll program?
Yes. Yes.
Nah, our machine can't do that.
Yeah. Look at that. Balon's got some peepers.
Captain McClane, he did a video about painting faces and how it has a lot to do with makeup YouTube and doing your makeup and so on.
It was one of the videos that I first released after taking a month-long break in January. And that combined with the fact that it was a makeup-focused video, it got no views. But goddamn that I learned so much in that video. So yeah, I would recommend it.
Pull up a link.
Okay. So these eyes are very defined and nothing else on the face is. It's all very soft. And so the eyes are really contrasty and they really pop out of the model. So now we're gonna try to meld them in better with the face by also increasing the contrast of his features, giving him some dark lines and stuff like that. What were you saying, Evan?
I was just talking to myself about being a good producer.
Oh, okay, great.
There is a link to the video. I will say that looking at the thumbnail and the title, you would never know that it's about makeup.
Yes, that's
magical face painting tips.
That is the intention.
It is the opposite of clickbait. It's bait and switch.
Wait, it's not bait and switch.
I was expecting magic, Scott.
It's magic!
There are no magic tricks in this video.
If you look at the two painted faces,
listen,
they're so
when
different.
it says draw a card, I think magic, okay? Not Magic the card game, but like a guy walking up to my table while I'm trying to have a conversation and asking for tips so that he can do a stupid trick that I've seen 30 times. Not a single goddamn wizard in this video.
Fuck,
Thank
dude.
you, Mike Cheaty.
I'm sorry.
Also, you're almost obscuring the mini with your cheek. We gotta adjust that camera position.
I totally baited you all. Oh, dude.
Been baited into beauty YouTube.
That much is true. I did bait them into beauty YouTube videos. So I do I look at least 2 of them.
I will say, so I've got this video going now. The transition from Amber doing your makeup to your sponsor, Fart Quest, is maybe my favorite thing in any of your videos ever.
Okay.
The juxtaposition, Scott.
I always feel bad whenever I do a sponsored video. My video doesn't get a bazillion views. Poor Fart Quest.
God, this video was last year?
Yeah.
I felt like this was a 2021 joint, but I guess it was beginning of 2022. Also, season finale just resubscribed. 17 months in a row. This is a long season finale.
Woo! Thank you, season finale. I play Fart Quest every night when I go to bed. Nice.
Too real.
It's I installed this panel on the night upside down. Boom! It's a great one, sure. Yeah, that was rough. That was doing that whole freehand upside down and then realizing it. That was rough.
We all make mistakes.
This is true.
I've been printing my prototype model for my new army, and I made the mistake of trusting pre-supports.
Oh man, it's especially brutal when you do it on big prints too, because you waste all that time, and especially if it doesn't fail early, and then it's like, oh, man, I just waited 20 hours and the shit is broken. I gotta do it again.
There's a few that have just outright failed from being under-supported. There's also a bunch of jank, the model actually needs to be corrected stuff. This detail is floating.
Oh yeah.
Stuff like that. It's very, very annoying. But that's okay. That's why this one's the prototype.
Right.
I expected this one to fail because relatively unknown creator, and looking at the pre-supports, I was immediately like, well, this is jank. This is not enough. I emailed the guy. It's like, do you have the original slicer scenes with your support so I can just start working from there instead of starting over? He's like, no, I don't save those. I just export.
Oof.
Yowza.
Yeah, that's rough.
It's all right. I'm just going to resupport the whole thing myself. I'm also going to scale it up a little bit. It's not big enough. I mean, it's already huge, but it needs to be bigger.
Oh, God. He's got kind of a frowny face. And
yeah, he's kind of sour.
Yeah, he's definitely got kind of face. And so it's really hard to paint that super thin line because there's like a mold issue with his face right by his upper lip. And then there's his lips. And so I'm trying to find the actual lip, and it's a super shallow detail as well. I'm struggling, chat. Dude, our baby is like a boss monster in Fart Quest. Special attack NICU diaper. NICU, what does that mean? Orientation. Yeah, that could be a problem too.
Legitimately, auto supports are much better than the ones that came with these things, which is a very low bar.
Okay, let's try again.
All right, I have a question that I'd like to run a poll on.
Fuck yeah, dude. More polls, the better. Let's go.
So, something that really bothers me on YouTube, maybe my biggest pet peeve more than anything else, is that if you go and click on a video that's over 1 year old, it calls it 1 year old until it's exactly 2 years old. Right? You could be 1 year and 350 days, and it'll say it's 1 year old.
What do you want it to do?
I would like it to round up at some point.
Okay, round up at the halfway point?
I'm not sure if it would be the halfway point, but maybe. I think I'd probably be happier than that with this, because it's not like a person's birthday. When I tell someone, yeah, that video came out like 2 years ago, and then I open the video and it says published 1 year ago, and then I click on like more info, and then I look at the date, and it's actually 1 year and 11 months, I get mad at YouTube. And I want to know if I'm being unreasonable.
Oh, the new ad blocker pop-up. Oh,
Yeah.
that is so annoying.
Just buy YouTube Premium, you plebs.
Yeah, so yeah.
Just buy another streaming service.
Yeah.
Just do it.
I do watch ads. I do whitelist channels I care about. I know it's kind of ironic as a YouTuber that I'm complaining about an ad blocker, but that's for like my general surfing of YouTube. But for channels that I have watched a lot of content, I whitelist their channel. But yeah, it's annoying. It's definitely annoying.
I will say, actually, the only streaming service I have is YouTube Premium.
Really?
Yep. Technically, I also have Spotify, but I don't have a choice. It comes with my phone plan, and I can't like opt to get something else. So. But I also know that YouTube Premium contributes to the creators that I watch in proportion to my watch time.
It does.
Which means that when I fall asleep watching something and then the next video while I'm asleep is a live stream from Linus Tech Tips called I Love Building Computers that somehow algorithmically knows when you fall asleep. He's just eating up all of that because it's a 4-hour live stream.
YouTube is tracking your sleeping patterns.
This is apparently a thing.
Damn, Sky, get last apart from me then. Nice. Sounds like Evan pirates a lot of stuff. Oh, because he has no streaming service? Are you a pirate, Evan? You're not gonna admit this? You don't have to admit this. I won't out you like that.
I only view things with permission.
I don't know what that means, but we don't need to know.
I'll tell you what, I printed 12 pirates this morning.
Nice. These lips. Get not so dark a color, but also not as light as the mid-tone. Add a little bit of water for some good flow. And then paint the underside of his lip again, I guess. Okay. There's like little blobs on the ends of his lip highlight. I'll just kind of crush those down with some of that mid-tone, I guess. I mean, I don't know. This is feeling impossible. You know what I'll do, actually? I'm gonna grab out some bright ivory here. because I do want a bit of a brighter highlight anyways, and then I'll mix that with the beige red to get a brighter skin highlight, and then maybe I'll try to get the bottom lip just in the very middle with some of this stuff. And then maybe, sometimes when you do that, it makes the rest of the highlight more obvious and it pops more. Or maybe I'm just talking out of my ass. I won't do anything. We will see. Lenny's brushes doesn't understand his pole.
It's very important.
Okay. It started to look a little bit better with that brighter lip highlight in the very middle. I'm gonna try a little bit more.
I know partly it's a contrast with the current blue-green background, but he looks very tan.
Yeah. I am not. I'm gonna like add some blue to his chin to kind of give him a 5 o'clock shadow and stuff. But I'm not totally sure how to fix that. Maybe with a little bit brighter of a pale highlight, it'll make him look less tan. Dude's got a fucking shelf for a brow. Like, literally, it is so fucking big.
It's the metal plate in his head.
Yeah. Yes, clearly. It is the only answer to this monstrous thing on his face. Could store things up there, for crying out loud.
Cowgirl Steve says, speaking of 5 o'clock shadows, Scott, do you have a video on painting in that kind of texture detail? I'm going to assume stipples and glazes to make it look right.
Glazing is the only path forward on a 32 millimeter model, especially on a model of this style. Just because it's impossible. It's literally impossible to paint that level of detail scaled down. And so what it looks like when it gets scaled down is it's like a filter of color. And so glazing it in would be how I have and how I've always done it. And then when the scale gets a little bit larger, I do a combination of those things. I'll glaze in a color, and I'll also add some texture. If you want to see me doing that on a bust, just have to watch the chef, me painting the chef. I'm sure I've done the blue glazing on a 32 mil scale model as well. I just can't remember. Shit. I can't remember which video I did it in. Likely an older one. I think one thing that's going to help actually with the insane brow is your brow doesn't continue across your whole forehead. It kind of like dips down in the middle because you got like two muscles like right here, or bones or whatever, or cartilage. And so if I put a shadow right here in the middle of his forehead and kind of break up the shelf across his forehead, maybe that'll help.
Or you could just give it NMM. I'll read it to you.
Thank you.
Nervous Noel says, hey Scott, I've been painting for a long time, and I run into two problems with my painting posture. Either I put my elbows on the desk and have a straight back and pinch my ulnar nerves, Or I curl up like a shrimp and paint with my arms braced against the table. I see that you paint shrimp style, and I'm wondering if you might know anything about what a good height for a desk or chair might be. I don't know if this is even something that you can answer, but you have been painting quite a bit longer than I.
Okay. Yeah. It's definitely a reasonable question.
I'm definitely going to embrace calling Scott shrimp now because he's painting shrimp style.
I don't think I have a tape measure here. I think I left my tape measure at my house when I was playing Shatterpoint. I forget how tall my desk is, but it's a little bit taller than normal. I have these extenders on it because I like to put my elbows on my armchairs and then rest my forearms on my desk edge.
And Scott's sitting in a standard office chair at minimum height.
Yeah.
Leaves the gas shock destroyed.
You can see how high the table is. It's like right below my nips. I have this idea for my desk at home that I haven't done yet, but I almost want it higher. I want to get a sit stand desk so I can have a mode for assembling models and airbrushing, and then a mode for painting minis, where I lift the desk up super high and like the front foot of it rotates down so that instead of painting on like an edge of a piece of wood, I can lay my hands on a flat 1 foot wide piece of wood that's angled at 45 degrees.
So here's my suggestion. I don't think you do a piece of wood. I think you put a cushion on the edge.
Or cushion, yeah.
Big plush, like the sort of things that you do martial arts against. Where it's like a
pad.
Yeah, like a circular pad that's kind of soft and about I don't know, 6 inches in diameter or something like that.
Yeah.
Bigger than a pool noodle.
Yes, I would definitely do that.
Shrimp style is the best of the 36 chambers of Shaolin. I don't know. Western praying mantis kung fu is kind of where it's at. And I'm excited for people to complain about just seeing the back of your head and a tiny bit of his face. All right, there we go. Alex Does Minis says, Hey.
Is there more to that, or?
Nope. Yeah, I got a sit-stand desk, and then I use it as my computer desk, and I sit almost all the time.
Evan is talking.
That's true. I am talking. So, Scott, we're a couple hours in.
Okay.
How are you feeling about ProAcryl?
They do what I want them to do. I like. So I know that the paint is supposed to do that thing. You know, the thing.
Yeah.
Where it reactivates like gouache. Not really noticing that a lot.
You've made that claim before.
I was told that by Jason.
Well, I don't know. Jason might just be fucking with you.
He definitely wasn't fucking with me.
I don't know. Is it okay to not use a wet palette? No, it's actually a crime in 38 states, and it's on the docket to be added to 4 more this year. It is a capital crime in most of those states.
Yeah.
No, real answer, no, you don't have to use a wet palette. They are, I think, a great tool. I think cold palettes are pretty cool too. They also are a good tool, depending on your environment.
I'm making a video. I'm not making a video, but I wrote a video for a beginner script, and in it, I do not recommend a wet palette. And it's not because they're bad. It's because there's so much going on.
Yeah.
That having to think about that as well is just too much for like a ultra beginner. So if you're an ultra beginner, I would say just leave it for a little bit later. But as soon as you kind of got a grasp on like the bare mechanics of how to paint a model, and you can like handle something else, one of the first things I would add is a wet palette.
It's a stage 1 upgrade. Stage 0 is I bought 4 paints in a model kind of thing.
Yeah.
I need to just figure out what is happening here.
Yep.
Stage 1 is figuring out a real palette situation.
Yep.
There are some great painters who still prefer using, standard hard palettes.
Yes, there.
But they can't go to those 38 states.
Yeah. And also, they don't paint as well as me, so.
Damn.
Alex does minis. I find them great for feathering and wet blending personally. They don't dry as fast as other ranges. Oh, Alex does minis. Is this Alex Dos Santos? Alex does minis? The Masterson is so cheap, though.
I mean, that's true.
It is. Well, yeah, I'm not saying it's expensive. That's why I wouldn't do it. It's just too much to grok.
If it's not Alex Dos Santos, someone stole his username on Twitch.
Yeah, what the fuck? If you guys don't know who Alex Dos Santos is, check him out on Instagram. He's an amazing mini painter. Boom, there's the link. Okay, I think we're getting to a place where I'm like kind of happy with the lips. Man, it looks so shit in camera. It looks so bad in the camera. Okay. I don't want them to look bad in the camera.
Well, then we can just adjust the camera settings, Scott. Hang on.
There we go.
Let me just throw a beautification filter on this.
Yep. Easy. I think I've definitely painted this face better than I did last time, but man, this is one of the most unforgiving Greyjoy faces to have to paint.
There we go. Now people can't see the problem.
What?
You could just look at your monitor to understand the joke I'm making.
Nice.
Fixed. Looks great.
Blending sorted.
The smoothest blends.
Smoothest blends. It's beautiful. His ear never looked better. Hey, it's hard.
Nothing but smooth flesh tones. Lenny's Brushes says, you hear about these new Chimera brushes that were just announced.
Yep. Yeah. So I'm going to do a sponsor for them pending my usage of them. They're shipping them to me right now so I can try them out. And if they're not bad, like if I had the same experience that I had when using Mindwork Games models or brushes, where I just continued to use them and like they were totally good, then I will do the ad. But we'll see. I have heard of them, yes, and yeah, they supposedly developed the brushes to make them better for miniature painting. And I don't know how much they've said about that yet, so I will stop there because I'm not supposed to share any info about it until maybe it's been talked about more. But yeah, look forward to that. Dude, it's so crazy. I like paint what seems like a perfect recessed shade on his lip. And then I pull the model back and it looks like shit. It looks so fucking bad. It's totally an enigma. Do you have a tier list or top 5 brushes, wet palette, accessories videos? And if so, please link. Yeah, I think one year I did like a couple videos in a row. My favorite brush, my favorite palette, my favorite airbrush. And for the most part, those are all the same. But also, I have just a website that you can go to. I think it's miniac.co/gear. And that will...
There's even a command for this.
Nice, even a command for it. And you can see all the stuff that I prefer to use. And for the most part, this is all still current. I think it's also current. like the brushes are a little bit looser now because it's hard to get them in stock sometimes. So I'm okay with a Raphael A404 or a Da Vinci Series 35. Even a few other ones from Da Vinci are fine, and I'm sure a few from Raphael are fine. I just haven't tried them all.
I've used a few from both those brands. I've used some other brands. I've been perfectly happy with my ProAcryl brushes. Monument Hobbies brushes, whatever.
ProAcryl shill, bro.
Yeah, 100%. So, I'm a plant. Jason sent me here to infiltrate your operation and
The
shill
long
for ProAcryl.
con? Are you kidding me? I knew it. I knew it was too
You
good.
never did a background check. I'm not even from Minnesota.
No, I haven't gotten the AP Fanatic paints yet.
I think the tough thing with brushes in our hobby is it's really difficult to get a large enough sample size to really say which brand is better, because individual brushes have enough variance that it's like, this brush is amazing, and then you get another one from that brand and you're like, this one is pretty mediocre.
Yeah.
Because it's all about that tip.
Yeah. I think I say something like that in that gear page where it's like, buying a brush is kind of like the lottery. Like, you don't really know what you're going to get, which is unfortunate, but it is kind of true.
Part of the advantage of being able to go to like an art store or whatever, you can actually get a brush of a lower grade, so to speak. You know, not necessarily the top line one, but if you're sitting there and you can look at 30 different Sable brushes that are mid-grade and you can be like, this one is amazing.
This is true.
These ones are trash. Don't buy the trash.
You can just look at them right there.
Yep.
Okay. We're getting to the point where I don't know, I'm not vibing with the face, but it's like it's looking smooth and like the paint is kind of where I want it to be. But what I'll do now is I'll paint his hair black, which will help to show us how far from done the face actually is. So let's do that now. Especially the hair is like right around his face. Like, I don't really care about the back of his head so much.
I'm just trying to get it actually framed by the color it's going to be framed by.
Yeah, I think I'll do black hair like I did last time.
Canonically, you got mid-tone gray hair?
Is it gray?
I don't know. Probably. I think he's old, but old people can have black hair.
Yeah, you're right. I've seen Balon in the show. You're right. I think he has gray hair.
Well, in the show, I think he has gray hair. I don't know if he does in the art for the game.
Oh, right.
Mike Genie, that does happen, but often that's like synthetic brushes, where they look great on the shelf because of the brush wash that they put in them, which is the equivalent of glue. And then you get them a little wet, and it's just like, I'm free! My bristles can go everywhere!
I'm free!
Free me.
Balon does not have a great hairline. Me and Balon are homies. Someone made a funny comment about how YouTubers hate painting the back of models. Is that a thing? I've definitely like tried not so hard on the back of a model, but like I've definitely painted like the entire model for all of my videos.
I don't know what it is about the face. I don't know if it's the sculpt or how you've painted it, but he looks concerned.
Yeah, I mean, he
He doesn't look sour. He looks like, man, what is happening over there? It's like a combination of the brow and the specific frown. Looks like he's just watched like a kid like eat paint chips.
He definitely has a concerned look. I don't really know if the black hair.
Yeah, disapproving father look. He doesn't look disapproving. He looks more confused concerned than disapproving concerned to me.
It is interesting.
Yeah, did I leave the stove on face?
Yeah. You can look at other people's renditions of the same model as yours, and it's so incredible how different it can look just because of a couple different brushstrokes on the face. So yeah, I'm gonna try to spend some more time on this face here. See if I can solve some problems. I don't know. It's the lips. It's the area around the lips that I'm really struggling with, trying to get nice. I want a line in between upper and bottom lip. I want a line between bottom lip and chin. I want two lines that are very obvious, and I'm really struggling to get them to show up in like a meaningful way. And I keep trying to paint them in, and then I run over so from this pose right here, maybe I can like show you guys what I'm seeing. It doesn't. It looks like trash. Never mind. I can't show you. When I hold the model like this though, from my perspective, I see these dark little thin lines and they look okay. Maybe I have to make them thicker? That didn't do jack shit. Let's try again.
DB121M says, yo, do you ever attend Adepticon?
Yeah, I go like every year. I've gone every year for like the last 6 years.
It is the convention where you can basically always find Scott.
Yeah.
And before you ask, yes, we will be there.
Yep.
In the upcoming year.
We will.
I still need to sort out how exactly I'm making that happen.
I don't. I'm done.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'll sleep in the bathtub in the room with the boys.
I mean, we never use the bathtub.
Oh, I was talking about HUD and Gilded Lion and stuff.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you gotta be careful in our room. Fucking Sexy Josh, he's gonna puke on you if you try to sleep in the bathroom or in the bathtub. Oh, God, I'm just fucking up so bad right now. Oh, no. What am I doing?
Giving him a milk mustache?
Oh, God. Yeah, apparently. Fuck, man. His face is so bad. I know there are CMON employees in the chat right now, but man, his face is so bad. It's so hard to paint.
Scott, who are you supporting in the road to TI?
Oh, absolutely. Gaming Gladiators. Although, not having a hot group stages so far. But yeah, definitely Gaming Gladiators. Although, my boys, Nouns, 2-0ing Tundra. What the fuck is that? Loved watching that game. That was amazing. So if gaming fails me, then Nouns. I'm ride or die for a Black Horse Nouns victory. As a Tundra fan, Sag. Yeah. Yeah, dude. So if you guys don't know, Nouns is some shitty NA team. NA always sucks dick at Dota. And Tundra is a prior TI winning Dota team. And so, yeah.
NA always just sucks at esports after they've been established for long enough.
Yep, pretty much. But yeah, somehow the NA team pulled it out and they fucking won, and it was epic. It was epic to watch. The game was intense. It was a fun game to watch. Not a lot of Dota games are fun to watch.
I thought that they played those in like stadiums, not tents.
Man, one of these days I'm just gonna stand up and walk over there and just fucking murder you. You know, it's just gonna happen.
Scott, I'm a lot bigger than you.
Yes, but there's a sword on the wall right there, and I can swing it pretty good.
My bones are hard.
My bones are hard. Okay. Do you teach seminar classes at Adepticon? I do not.
Adepticon's kind of Scott's vacation.
Kind of going hang out. Although I will say I did commit to a job at Adepticon. Someone asked me to judge the army painting display boards. It's like Saturday, and it's like a 2-hour period. And I was like, I always love looking at those boards. So I'm already doing that. Why not just be a judge on it? I don't know if it's Armies on Parade or whatever it is, but I'll be a judge for that.
Armies on Parade is that one in the hall, right?
Yeah, that's the one in the hall. I don't know if it's actually Armies on Parade or what it is, but yeah.
That shit is dope, and I had
so much fun. Yeah,
I had a really interesting idea for something like that I'll never do. So
you should do it.
It's a lot of effort.
Brush, come back. I think I now realize why the face on my other Balon was trash. I think I just gave up. It's like, what's the point?
Yeah. I mean, that's where Team Fuck Eyes comes from.
Well, the eyes are the problem.
The eyes are not the problem.
The eyes look okay. But man, I'm struggling in other areas too, though. So it's not just the eyes. Oh.
Raptor Scream says, chat, suggestions on how to start painting with an airbrush. Got one. So far, I have some issues with thinning. I think I'm thinning too much because I get webbing.
Yeah, you're either thinning too much or you're just too close to the miniature.
Or too high a pressure.
Or too high a pressure, or you're just airbrushing incorrectly.
And it's most likely that last one.
Yeah, so what you should be doing is you should be pulling back on the trigger the tiniest amount until you see a little bit of paint deposit, and then you should be spraying mostly air. And the idea is that you spray paint, hits the model, air comes second, dries the paint, and you kind of just keep pulsing in that way. Just like little baby pulls on the trigger, a little bit of paint.
If we were talking about thinning paint, it would be like 10-to-1 air to paint ratio at least.
Really?
For every, yeah, I think so. For every half a second that you're spraying paint, you're spraying air for like another 2 seconds or...
Yes. Yes, I agree.
He touches the brush to his lips to get the point nice and sharp.
Nice. Oh, wait, what? Oh, someone's asking?
Yeah.
Just paint over all the fucking lips. Who fucking cares?
Should just give him like clown makeup.
He kind of already looks like a clown, honestly. I'm painting this so poorly.
That part I do not agree with.
Well,
does not look like he has a clown makeup on.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, well, I'll let that dry and then come back to it later. I'm gonna grab some of this green glaze we had. That's definitely dry at this point, but add some water to it, and then I'll kind of like apply it, just a tiny amount of that, like around the scales and around the the area that's closest to the teal part, and that will be like my very minimal shadow. Get some more of the bright ivory, add it back in. Okay, I don't want to paint the hands yet because, as you can see, I'm rubbing all the paint off the hands. They're extraneous details. They're on the outside of the model. My hand rubs on them often, so I'm not gonna do it again.
How do I pronounce this? Paral. Oh God.
Paraludia.
Sure.
Thanks for the Prime sub. A lot of the fan art for Balon shows him with no upper lip. Okay. I'm gonna get some transparent black, and I'm going to thin it just a little bit, and then I'll try to glaze it on these pants. I want the pants to look like black with a blue highlight. I think especially this upper part here, this shoulder or elbow, needs to be a little darker. Kind of just like paint it on the areas where I want there to be shadow, but I'll leave the upper parts that have some of that teal alone for the most part. And then for the
Raptor Scream, you can be a little heavier with paint while priming, but not a lot. You still should be spraying a good amount of air.
Mm-hmm. All right. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna mix a bright ass highlight, and then we're gonna go for the upper lip, bottom lip.
He's going for it.
Here we go. Yeah. That's trash. Man, fuck me. This is so hard. I'm using the smallest brush that I ever use on model painting as well, and it is not going well. Okay, on to the leather, I guess? Yeah, sure. We'll do the leather. I like to do a nice brown red just because it's so cold on the model in general that a nice warm brown will be a good contrast to all the cold tones being used. This is the part of the adventure where I'd say just fuck it, he's getting gray stubble. Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. This is a nice warm brown, a little yellowy.
Which color?
It's called, unsurprisingly, warm brown.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
It's a signature series. Who's that from?
Good old Ninja.
Oh, yeah. I know that guy.
Non-John. Wait, what? What is this?
You have it upside down.
Oh, yeah. I was like, yeah, the mask thing is the second thing in the logo. Yeah. Nope, it is not.
Listen, chat, can you guys recommend a piece of media where Darth Vader dies to Scott?
Yes, please. Who the fuck is Nornan?
No gin included.
Yeah, that's literally what the wife said. Nice. Yeah, it's non-gin. Yes, and Balon has like a fuckload of straps on his sword that have no idea what they're supposed to be. If they're straps or details or sheath, who knows? I think what I'll do is I'll paint the whole thing black or brown, and then I'll wash it with black, and then I'll like pick out some details with like different highlight colors to try to differentiate some of them, because no one wasting time trying to figure out what's a belt and what's a sheath and whatever else there may be.
Yeah, I don't know if he's supposed to be drawing it out of there or what.
Yeah, he's got 2 swords though, apparently.
That one's just a really big knife.
Yes. Okay. Oh, of course, this sheath also has got a lot of straps on it as well. They can't not have straps.
Bitches love straps.
Yes.
What can I say? Balon's nothing if not a crowd pleaser.
That's probably a Game of Thrones joke that I'm not fully understanding.
Ah, yes. The two of us Game of Thrones experts.
So he is a crowd pleaser?
I have no idea.
Okay. It's got some scale mail under. This guy's wearing so many layers of clothing. He's got his pantaloons. He's got the scale mail, or like a version of some kind of scale mail, the jerkin, and then the scale mail on top of the jerkin. Right, so like, is this round scale mail attached to the square scale mail chest? We could have definitely done without whatever this is.
Yeah, it doesn't really make sense to me, and I don't know why it's a different texture.
Yeah, the polka dot thing. Yeah,
it could just match the upper stuff.
Yes, it could. But it doesn't. See some strap here in the back. Let's make sure we don't miss that. Okay. Oh, also under here. Well, here's what we do with the face.
Doesn't really look like ring mail at all front here. I don't know what it's supposed to be. It's just there.
We paint the whole mouth in our highlight color. And then we wash it in the flesh color. And we hopelessly try to get the wash to give us the definition that we are lacking. Which is definitely not going to actually happen.
Brush Licker says, "What's up, everyone?"
What's up, Brush Licker? How are you, my dude? All right, I'm not going to use the wash. I'm just going to paint in a recess shade. We're going to do it. It's going to work. I will not give up. If I wasn't streaming right now, I would paint this face for like 3 hours straight until it was like flawless. but that's not entertaining. I think I'll paint the boots the same brown color, but I may end up just not washing them at all. Or sorry, not highlighting them at all, just washing them, letting them stay dark and brown. Because there needs to be more brown on the model than just like in his midsection. Looks kind of weird if that's the case. This is when I would love to use a blue wash, just to get a little bit more blue on the model, sneak it in there.
You can always DIY a blue wash.
I could, because you said there was a transparent blue wash, right?
There's transparent blue, but that's like primary blue. You could also just massively dilute. There might be even a wash medium. I can't remember.
Did they give a medium? I didn't see one last time.
I don't know, man. Probably not. I might be crazy.
Crazy. I'm definitely liking ProAcryl. I don't, like I said earlier, I'm not detecting how the paint is supposed to be like rehydrating while applying highlights to have them blend more. Like I thought I would have noticed that more when painting the face and doing a lot of that kind of like really fussy paint work. But it's nice. It's opaque. It has a nice consistency out of the bottle. Like it's like ready for base coating right away. Like I know some ranges, like I feel like Reaper MSP also is that, but like this is thicker and better. Just because I'm pretty comfortable with like what level of dilution I need to get things to work. And you know, it's a little bit thicker. I'm okay with working with thicker paint. And this is kind of at that already thicker paint. And so I like that.
Those fun washes, my selling veins, I'm telling you, that's the collab opportunity here.
All right, we're doing. I have the, oh man, I can't even see. I could only see the lips when I hold the model like this. If I hold it like this, it even kind of vanishes.
Yeah, I can't see them at all. He looks like he literally has no sculpted lips now.
You know who he looks like? Chat probably's already said this. My guy looks like Deadpool from Wolverine. The worst Deadpool.
Yeah, we made the merc with the mouth not have a mouth anymore.
Yeah, especially if he was still like, if I didn't paint his hair and he kind of looked bald still, like he would definitely look like that guy.
100%.
All right, let's see if I can hold it in such a way that I can still see the lips. You guys might not be able to see. Okay, this is definitely harder to paint when I'm holding it like this. All right, that's a start.
See, that's what I was thinking, Mike Cheney. But I think Scott was right, that it looked more like Deadpool.
All right.
Painting faces is fast and fun when you're working with CMON models.
I give up. I give up for this stream. I'm gonna paint it off stream. You're not gonna see it because I can't get it to work. It looks like shit. It looks so bad. The lower part of his mouth.
You could just go for the stubble now.
Yeah, he's got to have some kind of lip though. You need to be able to see his mouth, or else the stubble, the glade. It's so weird. When I look at it like this, it looks so much better than when I look at it like this. This looks like he looks like the Cro-Magnon man, like at the moment. And like someone punched his upper lip specifically and it's swollen.
Yes, I agree.
Then when I do this, look at that. That's what I'm seeing right now. Doesn't that look fine?
It looks, I wouldn't go as far as to say fine, but it does look less like a Cro-Magnon that's been punched in the face.
Yeah, and then I like do this. And now that dark line is gone and he looks like an idiot. Yeah, anyways. I quit.
Caveman Conan.
So now we're starting to get into the dangerous territory of I'm applying too many layers of paint and it looks bad. And I'm like slowly losing more and more of that definition. And there's already so little of it. So we'll do that for later. Okay. Now that brown paint is dry, let's get some more black wash on the palette and we'll wash the boots and then we will, actually before we wash the boots, let's do the metallics. Because I want to try those out. I need a copper and I need a silver. Oh, there's also, I remember there was like bronze and that was like really good too.
There's like bronze and dark bronze, I think.
Yeah, and those were kind of like more my
I think
speed.
that's, yeah, those were two that you had picked out.
All right. Been watching the Space Wolf video from Egg Metal series you did all day. It turned out incredible. Thank you for doing the series. You're very welcome. And that you could almost say that series is kind of really what it didn't put my channel on the map, but it was my best performing video series ever. Dark silver. Ooh, what's that? So yeah, I'm very grateful for it and the attention that it brought my my channel. White transparent. Okay. Here is the bronze. Yeah. Okay, cool. Dark bronze. I see a gold here. Why not? Makeup tutorial is your best. And glazing. We were just talking about that video earlier in this stream, actually. Surprisingly.
The makeup one.
The makeup one.
We didn't talk about no glazing. Glazing's for chumps.
Chumps. There is a video title that I think it's colors for chumps that I've done before. I also like that video a lot.
Is it color or color theory is for chumps?
I think it's color is for chumps, and I think the thumbnail says you're using color theory wrong or something like that.
Oh yeah, that might be it.
Or maybe, I can't remember. I've titled a bazillion videos. Black, brown, neutral gray. Can I pull a silver? Okay, metallic medium can be used to be basically a white highlight for silvers. I've done that before with Vallejo paints. I want the normal bronze. Where is it? Ooh, here it is. Yeah. So I got a light bronze and a dark bronze. Is there a bronze?
I believe so.
Okay. Now all I need is just a normal silver. Yep, there it is. There's the normal bronze. Oh, is this it?
The bronze triad.
All right. I'm gonna mix some of this with some of this silver. Is that really worthwhile? Maybe what I'll do is I'll take some transparent blue and mix it into the wash. Then I have to look for transparent blue.
It's a blue bottle.
I miss Miniac University where Scott goes in depth on something. Yeah, I feel like, well, there's a finite amount of techniques And so once you've described the majority of them, then you're kind of done. The one notable exclusion I will say is I have never talked about feathering. I don't know if I have a whole lot to say about it, but I could try to do a video about feathering.
I haven't really done void blending either.
Void blending! Their metallic paints take normal paints super well. Well, let's do it then. Let's try it out and just see if that how that works. I got Dark Sea Blue here, or Dark Sea Ben. Excuse me.
Yeah, it's very important.
Very important. Just mix the light and the dark, now you got the middle one, yeah. Oh, come on, Dark Sea Ben. Come on, buddy! God, I'm gonna... You didn't pop the seal on this one yet. Yup.
Yep.
I bet Ben was very particular about this kind of color. It looks just like the Vallejo one. It's this sea green blue color that's nice and dark. All right.
And it's just off the palette camera.
Oh, nice. There it is. So we'll do some mixing here. Just to kind of darken this silver down. It's pretty bright to start with. I mean, we do plan to wash it, but I just want there to be some coldness in there, and so we'll kind of start with a color like that. And that will kind of be our base coat. I could probably use a bigger brush, but why bother? Oh, you're right. I should have used the monument brush the whole time. You're right. Oh, I missed that brown strap right there. Whoops.
Scott, do you ever think that we might just be characters in a Parappa the Rappa style video game?
No.
Oh, okay. Travel Cedric, subscribing at tier 1, 20 months.
Do you think that?
Think what?
That the Matrix theory has any real legs?
Well, I mean, that we're living in a simulation?
Yeah, I think that's generally the question you're asking, right?
I mean, I was thinking a little bit more specifically. But yeah, sure. There's definitely a lot of overlap there.
So you do think that we are, or you don't?
I mean, it's plausible.
Right.
Maybe we should do a poll on it.
I mean, you're right. It's difficult to know that it isn't the case until it's all said and done.
Well, I mean, that gets into if you believe that there's any answers once it's all said and done.
That's true, yeah. And maybe we don't want to get into that.
A deeper topic than paint streams generally abide by.
Yeah.
Mike Genie, you're not wrong. I just think about it. Whenever Scott makes a mistake and says, oops, it just makes me think of Parappa the Rapper. Someone's pressing the buttons to fill in the colors on the Mini. Oops, oops, oops.
Alex Dos Santos says there's a mathematical proof proving that it's not a simulation. Whoa.
Yeah, but you could simulate that mathematical proof.
Whoa.
In order to deceive the simulation into believing it's not a simulation.
What do you say to
Only
that?
the most simulated simulations believe that they're not in a simulation, you see.
The concept of light makes me feel like we are in a simulation and there are set parameters.
Alex does minis, just because we haven't made a simulation yet doesn't mean that we're the last ones in the chain, because it doesn't necessarily mean that there even is a chain. But a simulation on a grand scale like that, I mean, who knows?
Who fucking knows? All right. I can't help myself. This metallic is still drying. It's always so tricky to wash metallics because you never know when they're fully dry, and then like a little bit in the recess.
You're not grabbing shades from another range, are you, Scott?
I need ink. I want ink.
Ink?
Yeah. I'll use transparent black.
There you
No. Is there a... Man, I don't want to look for paint. I'm so lazy. Yeah, I want some ink. Because when I want to do a nice thin line, I often mix ink with paint that matches the color, and that gives me a nice combination of opacity and flow. I'm going to dry this model. So I'm going to mute myself.
You could have just let me do it. I have a button. I'm going to punish him by leaving him muted. It's going to be great. Hey, Scott, you know you're still muted. I didn't have to leave him muted. He left himself muted.
All right. I did the thing. Whoops. Okay. Back in reality.
Well, maybe reality.
Maybe, yeah. Mathematical proof. I don't know. I'm going to get some fresh black wash here. Just so that we can...
I mean, technically, no one watching the stream knows if we're actually even real.
Yeah.
This could just be a simulation.
Oh, there goes gravity. I'm pretty sure that's a lyric in Eminem's song. All right. All right. So this is a very classic application of a wash, applying it to chainmail or something like chainmail. So how does the wash operate in a near perfect world?
Yeah, but Mike Genie, there may be a real Evan, but you have no proof that I am that same real Evan. That prevented you from getting a Portillo's hot dog.
Works pretty well. A couple scales here that need more definition, like right there, that one and that one. But otherwise, yeah. The wash works pretty well.
Kaboon! With an N at the end. Subscribe to the Prime.
Kaboon! Thank you for the sub, Kaboon.
Scott, what about the theory that everything is a simulation except you? The brain in a jar type theory.
That is the Matrix theory, right?
Yes and no. There's There's a few different derivatives here. There's we're all the simulation.
Okay.
None of us are real. This is just a piece of software running on a server somewhere to, test climate change models or something
Yes.
in the most detailed and accurate way possible by simulating human behavior. Then there's the next level, which is there is one real person. And it has to be you because you're real. And everyone else is a simulation.
Did someone in a Western country come up with this theory? That just like my gut reaction is like, that's ridiculous. That can't be the case.
Indeed, Rufus Kid says that is some real I'm the main character shit. It is the most I'm the main character shit.
Yeah, that's called solipsism. Interesting. Thank you, Agrox Craig. Agrox Craig.
It's almost Agrax Earthshade.
Almost, yeah. The whole your whole life is just the last neurons firing in your brain before it shuts down. Things fucks me up. You like Dead Alive? Yeah, I like Dead Alive.
You better, because it's been your sub notification for like 3 years.
Yeah, I've. It's been a while since I watched that movie, but I do like it. Maybe I can convince Amber to watch it for Halloween. We did watch Beetlejuice yesterday.
The cat is orange expressing like one of the all-time lowest self-confidence statements. I'm the fakest out there. There's no way I'm the only real one. We're in a simulation, and I'm definitely part of the sim. Someone else out there is the real person. Brain dead in Australia. Yeah. I think it has 3 different titles. I remember we talked about the Sunstream like a year ago. Professional Paint Licker wants to know if you've done a video on warm and cool colors.
No, that sounds like a Vince Venturella video, though.
I am positive that Vince has done at least one video on this. Let me Google it. Vince Venturella.
All right.
Color temperature. That's exploring colors, understanding lighting in OSL, color theory and application. Okay, sure. How about warm versus cool? Colors. Brown, chartreuse, exploring colors. Create the right environment for your colors using color temperature. That's Paintman journeying. That's not Vince. I don't know. I don't see one that just says warm versus cool colors. Vince, you got to step up your game.
Vince, come on, bud. This is your territory. Not that it's available right now, but I just finished writing my masterclass course completely, which ended up being 50 pages long, 26,000 words. So the longest script I've ever written in my life. That talks a lot about cold versus warm colors. That's a huge discussion throughout the entire course, actually. 2 kinds of contrast, the hue contrast and temp contrast. Daddy has failed me. Wait, Vince? Yeah, he's failed you, not me. I agree.
How to choose color schemes, universal highlight colors. Yeah, I'm just not finding it. Just wanted one that says warm colors versus cold colors, or color temperature explained.
That was pretty nice. You probably weren't able to see exactly what I was doing right there with this volume on the shoulder pad, and it's a little shiny, but I got a nice wet blend from the bright silver to that washed black. I think I need a little edge highlight here at the bottom of this detail, but The paint is surviving pretty well on the wet palette.
The paint is surviving.
I'm probably painting this more detailed than I would paint a Greyjoy model. I'm just trying to test things out with the paint range.
He is also a hero.
That too.
You've put in some extra effort on them hero characters.
Yep. Oops.
Mycelium veins. His face looks like skin stretched over a hockey mask. Rufus Kid. He's old.
Part of that is because he has no mouth. I've fucked up painting his mouth like 8 times this stream. And I also messed up the first time I did it. I just gave up and when it looked good enough. So yeah, that's why his face looks a little fucked right now. All right, let's try. It's obviously like when I paint the dude in like in a bluish silver, and then I wash it in black, and then I highlight it with a pure silver. I'm kind of obliterating all the blue that was there. It's difficult to keep the blue around on scales, like individual scales. So instead of keeping the blue around in individual scales, I'll try to keep it around in like a macro sense. So I want to grab some transparent blue, maybe some transparent black as well that I already have out. See if I can like glaze some around like his rib cage, where like if there were no scales and his torso were a smooth flat volume, that's where the shading would be, you know, down here or on the belt, stuff like that. So is it as easy as just looking for the blue bottles?
Yeah. It is like primary blue in color.
We'll see. Sky blue. There's a nice airbrush blue from GW that looks like the right color.
Not allowed.
Not allowed. And Arcelian green, also from GW.
It's an urban legend.
Oh, I thought I found it. So is it basically this color but transparent?
This color.
Move it up higher. Oh, so it's like a little bit more of an indigo. A little. Oh, there it is. Darker.
Just a tiny bit.
Yeah, a little bit darker than your standard blue.
Mike Genie says transparent blue is dark AF, so you could probably skip the black. I'm not actually sure I've used the transparent blue. I've used orange and red, white, and black. I've used a lot of black.
Would the Ranger Masterclass be useful without the model? 100%. I think they all would be, honestly. Even the Duchess one.
But you should definitely buy the model anyway.
Yeah, I mean, you could buy the course, watch it, and then be like, actually, I want the model, and then buy it after the fact. And if you do that, just email me, and I'll give you the discount code. Because normally there's a discount code when you buy the two together. But yeah, the way that I write my classes and the way that I do YouTube videos in general is that the course is very front heavy. So there's a lot of education in the first half of the video. And then there is a lot of painting that references that education so that while we're painting, we don't get bogged down in describing technique. We can talk about why we're making the choices we're making. And so in the first half, there's a ton of just generic info that could apply to literally any model you might paint to build that foundation. Because I kind of assume that you're an intermediate painter, but you don't know much beyond intermediate. Same thing I did last time as well. Is there a transparent green?
Yes.
I think I need the black. I think I need the black because it's a little too in your face blue. So I wanted to saturate it a little bit and might as well make it darker at the same time. Let's get a look at this on the palette cam, Evan. Something interesting is kind of happening here.
Palette cam.
Oh my God, you're right, Fire Flurry. I did make a video that guy's asking for. You have a color temp video called Color Scheme Trick. It's a mini with a skull surrounded by flower petals. Yeah, I have that. And that's all about color temp, warm and cold.
If only the title of the video was warm versus cold colors, I could have found it.
Damn. I can't believe I forgot about that. Okay, so this one has black added to it. This one is just the straight up transparent blue. And it's really crazy how much this turns into like turquoise when you add black to it.
That is interesting. They are all single pigment, by the way, all the transparents.
Yeah, okay, that's good. That explains some things. This is not turning into a muddy, disgusting mess. Maybe that's why. But this is like Dark Sea Blue from Vallejo, or in the case of ProAcryl,
Dark Sea Ben.
Dark Sea Ben.
Sneaky, sneaky.
So, interesting. Okay. So maybe what we'll do is we'll try to sneak some blue in here on the sides of his rib cages. I do this for the
memes.
Skeletons as well that I'm painting, also for the memes. But I do it with an airbrush though. I didn't mean to get blue. Right there. I don't want to wash the scales with this color because then it starts to do this. It starts to build up on each individual scale and you get like a bright border around the wash, but you're getting a darker pooling in the middle of the scale. I don't want that to happen. I want it to be a flat application of color like you would get with an airbrush. But we're using a brush right now. So it's a little too transparent. We'll add some more actual product instead of the water. I think I'm actually going to wash this lower area down here because I decided to paint it all silver and I'm not happy with that choice. And so I'll wash it with blue and then I'll paint the scales a different color. And now it'll just look like gray blue, hopefully. How do you put blue? How how do you often do blue in the shadows? Yeah, I feel like I do. Some colors just lend themselves to being a shadow color because they're naturally dark, and blue is one of those colors. So is purple. But some colors can definitely do both, like green, for instance. Yellow has a hard time being a shadow, but not a hard time being a highlight. Etc., etc.
There's also a piece to it, too, that naturally shadows outdoors on a clear day are going to be blue tinted. So our brain associates them with shading. Malev rating us with a party in 19.
Malev.
Sharing the love back our way.
Who's picking up Pit Lord from the Malev Microverse?
BBQ Pit Lord? Yeah,
yes.
Game was sick.
Thank you for the raid, Malev. I appreciate it, my dude. But yeah, Malev made another micro game that's played on a 6x6, and it's called Pit Lord, and I freaking love that name. And the whole idea is that you are a gladiator from like another planet, and you're on this this alien planet, and you're just there as entertainment, fighting in the gladiatorial arena, classic gladiator shit. But it's like put on this backdrop of like this crazy psychedelic like fantasy world. So it's really cool visually, the art that they've showed off so far for the game. Really? I thought shadows would be more brown/green to reflect the earth. You know, in classic art, when it comes to like painting faces and stuff, people often subdivide the face into 3 zones. The top zone is yellow because of the coloration of the sun. The mid zone is red because your cheeks are like where your skin is thinnest, and you can see that rosiness on the cheek and the nose most easiest on the face. So that's the red zone. And then the bottom zone they do is blue. But you're right, like the earth isn't blue naturally. It's more brown and green. But you're thinking that the light is being reflected from the earth below and reflecting the light into the face. But I think what Evan is saying is that blue light casts a blue shadow, or something like that, and the sky is blue. So
we get direct light from the sun,
yeah,
which is, a warm hue. But then the sky itself, because the light scattering through it does go to a blue hue.
Yeah.
We're getting, on an overcast day, you don't have like a single specular highlight to the same degree, and everything is sort of the same dull gray-white illumination. But on a clear sunny day, you get a spot of yellow, but then you get a lot of blue light from directions all the way to the horizon. And yeah, there is some light coming back up off the ground that gets scattered by whatever color the thing is you're standing on. If you're standing on a green field, there's going to be some green as well. But all of the light from the sky is also coming down and hitting it. That's why we see a blue sky. So there's blue illuminating all of the shadows, particularly the shadows that you're not going to get any ground scatter reflection from, right? Like if I'm standing out in a field, the shadows down by my feet are going to be getting reflection from the green and so on. But the shadow underneath my chin, maybe not. There may not actually be a direct line for that green light to be tracing back up there. But there's definitely a direct line from those shadows to somewhere in the sky.
And I hear you. If you're like, man, that's so artsy fartsy. I don't want to do that in my miniatures. Or maybe you're thinking that would never happen. I don't need to do that in art. And I think the thing why people do it in miniature painting is because we are constantly exaggerating everything.
Oh yeah.
So it's like, maybe the earth reflects some green color into the bottom side of my wood elf's face, but that probably, you can't really even see that in a photograph, so I'm not going to paint it. It's like, well, we're going to exaggerate it so it looks like that at a small scale. And so even the slightest bit of an effect, people like to exaggerate. shadows are inherently blue. I don't know. Oh, thank you, Malev. Appreciate your kind words, my dude.
I'm gonna link the game again.
I learned today that it's not being launched on the back room, which is like Black Site Studios' hybrid pre-order Kickstarter thing. It is instead launching on, or it's just a pre-order, and it's supposed to be fulfilled in January. So, if you were curious about that, that's the answer.
Latino Hot says, I've been in this hobby for like 16 years and never thought of the sky reflecting the light. The more you know. Yeah, lighting theory is one of those things that you can get like really, really insanely deep into. And probably don't need to for 99% of the stuff that we do. The truth is, a lot of people just kind of wing it and go, you know what, purple shadows will look cool. And they push that to the extreme, and then it looks great. Like the Craft World Studio style, where you just like start with a cool dual color spray and then work from there. It looks awesome.
Yeah. A lot of things can motivate painting choices. Oftentimes it is just, this looks good. Or sometimes what you'll do is you'll paint a lot and you'll find like some tricks that work for you. It's like, oh, this trick really makes this thing look more realistic, or like an exaggeration of real life. And oftentimes when you like find like 3 or 4 tricks and you do a little bit of research, you'll figure out that those tricks look good because they are emulating reality in some way. You just didn't like know like the underlying bones of what's going on to be able to put it into words. That's happened to me before, plenty of times.
100%. But all this stuff is like why we can see into shadows. If there were no sky reflecting the light, being outdoors would be like standing on the surface of the moon, where shadows would be a almost like deep black that would be really difficult to see inside, because there would be nothing above scattering the light into dark recesses. So only light reflected directly from you or from the ground would be going into those spaces. That's why all the photos from the lunar lander missions and stuff, the exposure is such that the shadows are just black. Because getting those closer requires way, way more dynamic range.
Oreoclast says, I got told the other day that midtones aren't the middle value, but are a light value, which has changed the way I paint a little. It's funny you say the word midtones aren't a mid value, but are a light value. Whenever you use the word value in color theory, you are expressing something in terms of light. Value refers to how bright a color is. You probably didn't know that, but that is a term. Have you ever heard the acronym HSV? HSV stands for hue, saturation, and value. Or HSB, hue, saturation, brightness, same thing. They use those 3 terms to define any color you might run into. Regarding your comment about midtones versus being a light versus a color, I don't think it ends up really mattering. Like, that doesn't really change the way I think of midtones. I'm curious why it changed the way you thought of midtones, though, Oreoclast. Okay. I think what I want to do is grab some more of this blue color and like also apply it to the boots and their shadows and stuff. Maybe I'll just make a wash real quick. Let's put a bunch of fucking water in here. And then we'll just soak it. forgot to wash this one in black, so we'll just wash this one in my impromptu blue mixture.
Your concoction.
It's probably a mindset thing. I got you. But my contrast seems to be working out better. Okay, cool. Captain McLean, the better reason to care about the color of your shadows is it looks good, not what's realistic. I think that's definitely true. I think for me personally as an individual, and I kind of alluded to this earlier in the stream, it's helpful for me to study reality because that is able to then inspire what I'm doing on the model. Like I said, I know the game of volleyball, and that helped me to write fantasy volleyball rules for a war game. Kind of similar to that. Would you do a blue back? Would you do a blue back with white over for OSL? I'm not sure what that means.
Maybe they mean like blue to white. I don't know. Ben Joe subscribed with Prime. 7 months. Not too shabby.
Just FYI,
418. Okay. All right. Let's do one last thing. We'll take some dark sea blue and we'll just paint the trim around his tunic and other separating details. Man, fuck, there's scale mail up here. Brig, dude. We forgot. Or I forgot.
Blue black for primer. Oh, yeah, okay, sure.
For primer. What color is the OSL supposed to be? What? I don't know what you mean.
I think he's more saying doing a zenithal.
Yeah, for sure.
Like going
for sure.
down, instead of going to pure black, going to a very blue black.
I mean, this model started out like that, with a yellowy white highlight and a blue shadow. Not blue black, but like kind of more turquoisey dark black.
But you could absolutely do that.
Yeah, for sure. For sure you can do that. You can do that with all kinds of colors. And I often do that. I'm starting to realize, though, that I kind of prefer to paint a model that's dark than a model that is zenithally undercoated. I don't get a lot of value out of a zenithal undercoat. At least like a lot of obvious value. Like I'm not like painting the shadows where the dark colors are, or like washing it or painting it in transparent paints. So I don't get a ton of value out of a zenithal undercoat.
Yeah, I've been working more with solidly primed stuff recently.
Yeah.
I was thinking the next Marvel Crisis Protocol mini I do is I'm probably going to start at white and work down.
Okay.
Because it's really difficult to figure out the black linings for the like comic shading style when you're also fighting back areas of blackness, because I normally prime in all black. So it can be like tough you're working that line back and forth, where I would rather just be like only intentionally adding black, if that makes any sense.
No, I got you. I think you might discover other problems if you're painting from a white undercoat. But maybe based on how you like to paint, it isn't that big of a deal. I'm not a huge white undercoat painter, but obviously your mileage may vary. I like the transparent black. I like having a color that's just lower opacity. Like I wouldn't call the transparent black like the same level of opacity as like a GW layer paint. Like I think it's even less opaque than a layer paint.
Yeah.
And I like that. I like to, because I often need colors at that opacity to like soften shadows and stuff. So I'm often thinning color to be that that dilution. So it's always nice to have like pre-made mixes just so you can just get what you need right away.
I think the transparents are sort of the killer thing. You know, there are a lot of great brands of acrylic paint for miniature hobbyists, but the transparents really do something that I have not been able to replicate in another range out of the bottle.
What do they do for you?
They actually deliver on the idea of being transparent, as opposed to being something that kind of has that layer quality to it. You know, there's a difference between being low opacity and being just an even keeled transparent hue.
Do you paint with a lot of inks?
No, but that's because I struggle with inks leaving the miniature after I've put inks on the miniature.
Okay.
That's a good point. They do perform in that way like inks.
Yeah.
But they actually, like, whatever it is about the medium that they're using, they actually stick.
Yeah. Maybe some kind of acrylic medium or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. Whatever bonding and medium stuff that they use in the transparents, it performs the way I would want an ink to perform.
Yeah.
And it's really, really awesome. I used the transparents a lot on Colossus, where it's like, this is really close, but I just need to move the hue slightly in this area. But I don't want it to be rebuilding values, right? I just want to shift the hue very slightly.
Yeah.
I'll just use the transparent red. Yep, cool. I push this yellow slightly more towards orange.
That'd be an interesting question to ask Monument Hobbies. Like, what's the difference between black and transparent black? Is it just like, did you just put more medium in it? Or is it a different medium that makes it function differently? Have they answered that question somewhere?
I don't know that they've answered that. I know that white and transparent white are two different pigments.
Okay.
Because white is titanium white.
Oh, right, yeah.
And then transparent white is a zinc-based white.
I actually, when I went to buy my oil paints, I asked that question because I was like, why are there two whites? What's the difference? And she told me that, so that makes sense. Malev says, I've been having a lot of fun with color and light lately. That's awesome. You're probably past the skill level where it informs your lighting you couldn't imagine yourself.
Yeah, they were talking about zenithal highlights and stuff.
Yeah, I definitely feel that way a little bit. I don't mean to sound holier than thou, but
I don't need zenithal.
But like the other thing is that
Uh-huh.
John's been painting in this way for like the last couple of videos he's done, where he just paints in a shadow and then paints on top of that shadow, and you can get a lot of really interesting effects by painting in a partially opaque layer of paint, where it's like, okay, part of that undercoat is showing through in this layer, but if I apply another layer of paint on top of it, now I'm obscuring more of it. And you can't get that if you zenithally undercoat a model, because you kill all your shadow on like the upper 3/4 of the model. And so I've been enjoying painting that way for a long time as well, using layering in a big way. And I kind of feel like zenithal undercoating kind of just gets in the way of layering when trying to paint that in that way. I don't know. I'm going to paint the trim of his jerkin, and then we're going to be done. So, that being said, who should we raid?
We could raid Monument, but Jason's not on today. He had meetings.
Boo.
Yeah, I went and checked. It's like, well, I'm surprised they didn't check in and be like, yeah, ProAcryl's the best. Buy our stuff.
Yeah.
Mohawk is live. Jimmy the Brush is live. Other people. A bunch of other people.
Okay.
seeing a lot of people embracing Orktober.
I'm not a huge Orktober person, so I get
Whoa.
that. I like the event. I just don't care about painting orcs very much.
I mean, you're pretty much painting orcs. It's pretty much what Greyjoy is, right?
I don't know. The one other thing I'll say about the metallic paints is that they do seem to be surviving on a wet palette, which is very nice. Let's see if they paint like AK. So if I just take the paint off the palette, the silver is undiluted. I haven't diluted the silver at all. I generally don't dilute metallic paints. I just paint an edge highlight on the bottom. Remember earlier I was talking about reflections from below? Doesn't really happen on normal objects, but on metallic objects it absolutely would happen. Get that nice little glistening at the bottom. And if I can
Sticking with glistle,
a nice little glistle. If I can get that glistle where I paint a line and that line just shows up like a normal acrylic paint would, that's good. And it's passing that test for me. I just painted a line and it wasn't fussy, it wasn't too flowy, it just worked. So that's good. All right. I can really see myself painting this model for like a very long time, just to make it look perfect, because it is just a little more difficult to paint than the other Greyjoy models. So we can end the stream now, because I'm about to do a lot of painting that doesn't really show up very well. So let's do Mohawk Miniatures.
All right.
Haven't done him in a long time. Yeah, all right, stream. Thank you for hanging out and assessing ProAcryl with me while we paint the worst version of Deadpool. There it is, Glizzle. Appreciate all the support we got during the stream, all the subscriptions. Thank you for being our test subjects, answering all of our bizarre polls.
Yeah, we should have had more polls. We only did a few today.
Very scientific polls.
Yeah, we should do a science stream. We did that feedback stream. We should do another one of those soon where we do the live, send in pictures. But we should also add polls on top of that where we're constantly polling people.
Yeah, absolutely. I like doing feedback streams. They're definitely good to do. Professional Paint Licker says, thanks, Scott. You are now the title of daddy. Thank you. I've always wanted to be that. Enjoy Mohawk Miniatures. I believe he is a most GW painter. We'll catch you this Thursday for a gaming stream from 7 to 10 p.m. CST. Probably going to end later than that, but we'll start at 7 approximately.
Yeah, what are we playing?
We're playing A Song of Ice and Fire. Me and Kirsch are playing Greyjoy versus Bolton. And I'll be back painting in a week from now on the next Tuesday. Also, this weekend,
there you go.
We are playing, I think, another game of Song and Blood Bowl with Ollie from
a double header.
Maybe even a triple header for Thursday through Saturday. We're gonna be playing with him from Broadsword Wargaming. So if you're around this weekend, we're gonna do like a midday gaming stream so that everyone can hang out playing probably Blood Bowl. So come hang out for that this weekend as well. Got a lot going on with the live stream this weekend. But
Zambies wants to know before we close out, which paint tasted the best?
Dark Sea Ben, for obvious reasons. If I had glasses, I would do this right now, but I don't, so it looks really weird if I just rub my fucking face. But yeah. Not because you're a good teacher, but you are leaving to go get milk. I don't know what that's supposed to mean, but I'll take the daddy title anyways. All right, guys, see you this Thursday for a gaming stream. See you this weekend for another gaming stream, and then next Tuesday for a painting stream. See ya!